Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Tri-C looking to sweep Mid-Michigan to advance to round 2 of the D2 Region 12 NJCAA baseball playoffs in their way. Once again, the Lakers of Mid-Michigan looking to force a Game 3 tomorrow. It's the Lakers and Triceratops up next once again on SmeeSports.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say first, all glory to God. Without him, I am nothing.
Power the shove. Neighbor Nation, we will see you on Saturday afternoon. Riley Meister gets the point.
Smacked into left field. Say goodnight to that baseball.
And there's another one. It's back-to-back jacks for KSU Tuscarawas. Needs a point, and it's alive. Hanson pushes it over. Unbelievable. We play on. It's blocked. We're tied. We're tied. Unbelievable.
A beautiful evening for baseball at Ron Mottl Field on the campus of Tri-C West. It is Game 2 of our 3-game series between the Triceratops and the Mid-Michigan Lakers. Good evening, everybody, once again. I'm Nathan Smee, owner of SmeeSports. On play-by-play tonight, doing color for Game 2, Cameron Ragazzo, a freshman at BW, who also will be calling some OAC tournament baseball tomorrow, as you do not want to spend time with me at John Bosco.
Whoa, okay, well, I am calling it for...
You made the right choice. You made the right choice as you're doing it for
WBWC 88.3.
And then Gabe Koza, he did color last time. He'll be doing our tech stuff, but joining us for the pregame show. Gentlemen, it's good to be with you. It's good for all of us to be here at start time.
Correct.
But Cam, enough of poking fun at you. We've done that enough throughout this broadcast today. I think you agree that we've done that enough.
You've done that enough throughout your our whole time together.
That is true, but looking back to the last game, a very good affair. Just talk about that one, Cam. You saw it from a different lens coming in the 4th inning. Gabe, you saw it from start to finish. Your thoughts on Tri-C's 6-3 win?
I'm going to start off here. Yeah, like you said, kind of started off mid-game, but kind of a little bit slow, at least from what I saw at first. And then Tri-C offense kind of started moving and able to get a couple of insurance runs and almost proved pretty large as in the top of the 9th. Almost a comeback there for the Lakers, but Wolf able to come in and shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, I thought from start to finish, I thought particularly in the starting pitching was huge. It was huge for both teams, and we're going to see how that can translate. And we saw kind of both Tri-C's bullpen towards the end of the game kind of almost fall apart there, and we almost saw the same thing with Mid-Michigan. So I'm kind of excited to see how both bullpens are going to play and how it's going to help each team contribute.
Definitely should be an interesting affair. Looking at the starting pitching, I think we were all convinced it was going to be Mitch Harder, but in the end, it is going to be number 23, Dylan Allman. But you look at his rap sheet, it's a positive one. 3.71 ERA through 10 appearances, 26.2 innings pitched, 22 hits allowed, 18 runs, 11 earned, 27 walks, but a 7-0 record. He has the pedigree to win. What does he specifically have to do on the mound in Game 2 to ensure we do not have a Game 3?
Well, I think just as all pitchers, you got to throw first pitch strikes, as many first pitch strikes as you possibly can, able to kind of precede you longer throughout the game, able to get early outs, especially in the first couple of innings. So he's able to go as long as he possibly can And then I think just limiting the big hits and limiting the free passes, whether that's a walk or hit by pitches, definitely think the longer that he can go in this game, the better for Tri-C and their bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of building off that, a lot of, especially in last game, we saw a lot of errors in last game, so looking to see both teams kind of clean up their play as we get into game 2.
Looking at the lineups as a whole, starting with Mid-Michigan, batting first is Eddie McDonald in center field, followed by Connor Bryan batting second and right. Batting third, it is Trey Bovin, the designated hitter. Batting fourth, it is Brendan Holman, the left fielder. He is new to the lineup for this game. Batting fifth, it is Justin Esch, the third baseman. Sixth hole, it is Caleb Thomas, the shortstop. Nicholas Stimac catching today. Batting seventh, Isaiah Stoy, the first baseman. Batting eighth to round out the order, Tyler Schultz batting ninth. And on the mound for Mid-Michigan, it is David Wheeler. As for Tri-C, Cohen Merritt leads it off as the designated hitter, followed by Jackson Bowles in center field, Pat Farrell in right, Brendan Hazuda catching, Joey Lehner at short, Brock Miller at third, Justin Tyson at second, Ethan Green at first, and rounding out the starting rotation, it is Adam Rich batting ninth and playing left field. And as we mentioned already, Dylan Allman on the mound for the Triceratops. Your thoughts on this Tri-C order? We made our predictions, but a lot of them ended up being wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's going to be a really good lineup. Obviously, you have the key factors there, starting off Bowles, Farrell, Hazuda, and Joey Lehner, and also Brock Miller. But then, a couple of changes. We saw Tyson in there towards the end of last game, and then Adam Rich, obviously, we saw last game. But Ethan Green over at first base, not who we really expected to see, but I'm pretty sure we've seen him at least a couple of times throughout our doubleheaders throughout this year. So a little bit surprised, but in the same token, probably good to get a couple of new batters in there just in case this does go to a possible Game 3.
And I'll interject before tossing it over to Gabe for his thoughts. Ethan Green batting 149 on the year, 7 hits, 1 double, 2 home runs, and 12 RBIs. Gabe, now your thoughts on the lineup?
Yeah, I thought in the first game it was interesting. We saw a lot of guys stay in the game with fouls, and we saw people stay in the count. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays a factor into the second game of the night.
Overall storylines of this game. Cam, what's a key to victory tonight for both teams?
Yeah, I just think it's really important, like I said, kind of when I was talking about Allman, for the pitchers, you got to limit those big hits, and you got to limit the walks and free passes. And that all starts with getting those first pitch strikes.
Gabe, keys to victories for both teams?
I'd say great pitching and error-free baseball.
Yeah, I really think that's pretty much what it's going to take from these teams. Obviously, we saw a very competitive Game 1. Looks to be shaping up for another competitive Game 2. Little interesting thing. The Lakers, they changed jerseys. So a couple of people with different numbers. Now they're wearing some nice blue jerseys. So
I'm a big fan of those blue jerseys, though. I will say we will switch on over to our battery cam, if you will, to show those real quick. Beautiful jerseys, beautiful line of sight, beautiful everything. We thank Gabe for joining us for the pregame show. He will be running our cameras throughout this broadcast. He did double duty last time out. This time, he can simply just do that stuff. He's done a lot of good stuff for us over the years. If you remember coming in clutch over at Youth Elite on short notice, coming in a few games early to help us out. We appreciate all that Gabe has done for this channel, and we're excited to have him as well. I forgot to mention it earlier. I think, Gabe, you're excited for what happens in about a month from now over at Warrensville and Lou West, the Locked-In Summer League.
of course.
It should be fun. Once we have a schedule, we will talk things over with Chris, see if we can do video, which his philosophy is be in the building, which we respect. We completely understand that. We appreciate him letting us do audio, and for Holy Name Broadcasting being able to do audio last year at Holy Grounds against Lou West and at the East versus West Showcase at Warrensville Heights. It should be a good summer of basketball, but mainly baseball, and that is going to be our focus tonight in game number 2. For those just joining us, Tri-C won game number 1 by a final of 6-3, and your player of the game, presented by the Healthy UCU Chiropractic Center, was Keegan Gilbride, 5 strikeouts on the day. This player of the game will be presented by CrossFit Strongsville. Keep that in mind as this broadcast continues. But Cam, I'm ready for some good baseball. We flip. Tri-C is the pseudo visitor in game number 2. it flips. They need to be offensively minded to begin the game opposed to be defensively minded to start.
Yeah, I mean, normally they're defensively minded, but like you said, got to be able to get a couple guys on early and possibly score here in the first.
First pitch misses the zone at 7:13 p.m., and we are underway for game number 2, ball 1. Once again, it is Cohen Merritt, Jackson Bowles, and Pat Farrell due up this inning for the Triceratops. Wheeler's 1-0 is lined opposite side right field, but foul. Count now evened up at 1-1.
Good inside-out swing there. Just kind of drove it the other way, but just kind of tailed off as it went down the right field line.
When we see Cohen swinging the bat, one of two things usually happens if he makes contact. One, it's a hard-hit ground ball. Second, a hard-hit Oppo Taco. He likes that right field line, and based on the way the Lakers are playing, if he can get the ball stuck in that corner, that should be enough for, at a minimum, a triple. Breaking ball in once again, hits it into right field. Still going back, getting underneath it is Bryant, and he will make the awkward snag for out number 1.
Yeah, awkward is definitely right. Kind of was going back there, maybe battling the sun a little bit, but then ended up in kind of a back pedal and able to make the catch for out number 1. But like you said, definitely very awkward.
We have seen a couple of those plays going back to the bottom of the first. Eddie McDonald kind of had a stumble catch in game number 1. Somewhat similar as now Jackson Bowles steps back in for Tri-C. He had the 3-run homer in the last game. He will look to one-up that here. Obviously, he really can't give in the scenario, but an early lead might be enough to propel Tri-C through the rest of these 8 following innings, or right now, 8.5. 1-0 the count on JB. Here's the pitch. Cranked right side once again, and the diving catch is not made. In and out of the glove of Bryant. Bowles is on base with 1 down.
Yeah, almost 2 back-to-back plays there for the right fielder, but unable to come up with it on the dive. And Jackson Bowles on first, looking maybe to steal here and probably get himself in scoring position for the rest of this lineup.
They do score it as a hit, as they should.
That's
the definition in the outfield, it has to be a reasonable baseball effort. That was not.
Yeah.
So
it was almost a really good play.
that's what he should have done. He kept the ball close, too, which is the main concern on dives. But still, it's a grass outfield. The ball won't roll as much. I like that risk. 1-0 the count on Farrell as he takes one down low. Farrell has been a key contributor for this Tri-C team since day one. No surprise given the success he had at North Royalton. Wheeler sets and fires. Breaking ball in, now 1-1. We've talked about the breaking ball so often on this channel this year with baseball coverage, and for good reason. If you have great command of your breaking ball, no matter slider or curve, you can win a game off of that.
Absolutely. We kind of saw that yesterday.
Bowles goes, chop left side, and it is foul.
Yeah, but like I was saying, we saw that yesterday in the Holy Name versus Elyria Catholic game. Marchetta kind of struggled kind of towards late. That was around like the 5th inning, I think. Give up those 5 runs, which ultimately cost him the game. But Gaines for Elyria Catholic really had control of both of his pitches, the fastball and the off-speed, that really propelled him to go a full 7 innings.
He was tremendous yesterday. Before the 1-2, we have a throwback to 1. Bowles in safely. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive Tri-C truly is on the base path, especially early on. Count still 1-2 on Farrell. Bowles gets a good secondary, and in the process, Farrell gets hit. An awkward one in on the hands. That one's going to hurt, especially with the cold. And we will see if he has a courtesy early on. I think he is going to try and run it out because he wants to keep the bench intact. But we will see what he can do, because if he can't catch the ball, you might have to make a change. And if Figueroa is active, that might be your move. You move Rich to right and Figueroa to left.
It might have hit him like directly on that, I think on the wrist or the hand, it looks like. But speaking of Holy Name, they defeat Gilmore 3-2. Just a couple of minutes after the game 1 here wrapped up. 3-2 winners over Gilmore.
I did not see that coming, just based on the way that Gilmore has played this year. 2-1 loss to Lake Catholic. They were beatable, obviously, based off of that. But to get that win, credit to the Namers. We will see them on Saturday against North Olmsted and Normandy right back here at Ron Mottl Field. Strike one called on Hazuda, who is catching this game, opposed to Britton. Britton not in the lineup after a solid outing, but Hazuda trying to be a warrior, potentially 18 innings of catching today, plus maybe 9 more tomorrow. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now 0-2.
I'm sure you know how hard that is from experience.
And having to catch like 14 innings in one day, it's bad. And I still feel it today when I'm moving stuff. I don't move as well as I used to. I now sound like I'm really old, but albeit being 19. But catching as much as I really did shoot out my knees.
Yeah, I was going to say, really tough on the body.
Especially freshman year, catching pretty much every game for Coach Farrell. Throwback down 2-2 is not in time.
Yeah.
But I think going back to that season, 2 wins, but I caught all but 3 games potentially.
Something like that. Because Will caught the other ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a switch we had at Villa Angela back freshman year. 0-2 the count on Hazuda. Here's the pitch, and it will miss low. But Brendan Hazuda, a warrior and a lot more talented baseball player than I was. I think that one's definitely a clear given, but
true.
And even on and off the field, the way that Hazuda carries himself, a true class act. Wherever he goes next year, he is going to be a star. 1-2 the counts on Brendan. Wheeler throwing back to second. Once again, not in time. But I like that they're working the runners, especially given who's on base. You have to keep Bulls honest.
Yeah, and twice the timing play when the second baseman breaks in, but unable to get him both times.
Wheeler taking his time, eyeing up Bulls. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball left side. It's going to be a tough one. They get the snag, but not the throw. 2-3. The base is low. Bulls takes off for home, and he is safe. I believe the ball now is out of play. So we will see where they line up the runners. I think it is going to be second and third.
Yes.
But either way, Tri-C strikes first.
I think so. There's a little gate over there, kind of beyond this bowl shaped, and the ball just kind of went right under there. Unfortunate there for the Lakers. It looked like Bulls was going to score regardless, but still.
1 run's on the board, and that's what matters. 2 more in scoring position. I think Tri-C wants a quick one here. They wanted at least 1 run from this inning, and they have it. 2 more in scoring position. Farrell at third, Hazuda at second. That sets the stage for Joey Lehner, the shortstop. He has had a solid doubleheader thus far as he begins game number 2, seeing strike 1.
See if he can have a, forget which game it was, but he was the player of the game, one of the games. Multiple hits in that game, multiple RBIs, so hoping that he can have a similar day to that.
We did call him Mr. RBI single in that contest, and given the sequence of events thus far, he can be again. He shows bunt, pulls it back, but it does not matter. Strike 2 called.
I was going to say if that was a ball, we could possibly see him bunted down the first base line, kind of a sacrifice there, but most likely swinging away here 0-2.
You're going to have to show patience, take your time, and then see what happens. If it's close, you have to protect. We really have not seen this zone too much in this game. Here's the 0-2 just off the plate, and that is our first indicator of a somewhat tight zone. Definitely off the plate, but the frame brought it back close.
That was a good off-speed. Looked like probably a slider there just by the movement of it, but almost clipped the zone, but a ball nonetheless.
Count now sits at 1-2. Wheeler looking for his first strikeout on the day. Wheeler taking his time, sets, everybody in, and it will just miss.
Yeah, like you said, going back to that, kind of a tighter strike zone this time, at least what we're seeing here early.
I think if we ever had doubt if it was a tight zone or not, that question is gone. Count now even on Lehner. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 down in the top of the first. Tri-C holding on to a 1-0 lead, and now time has been called.
They're kind of playing corners in, and then the middle infield is back, but when the pitch comes up, they kind of make a little charge in.
The only person who stays back usually is the shortstop, Thomas. And they did that a lot last game. Ball 3 called. Count now full on Joey Lehner. from 0-2 to full. A good battle.
That's what I was going to say. He's been working him, making him throw extra pitches here, especially early in this one.
After Laner, it will go to Brock Miller. And Miller has a good opportunity to get back in good graces offensively. Full count on Laner. Wheeler coming set. Now the pitch. Cranked up the middle, bobbled on the mound by Wheeler. The throw home is in time. What a chuck by Wheeler for out number 2. First the snag, then the tag on the slide, and I think we are all happy to see that umpire behind the dish is okay.
True. I mean, yeah, runner came flying in there. Pitcher, like you said, good play, good way to calm down and kind of regain his composure before he throws it home, and umpire luckily able to be okay. But Brock Miller still up here with a chance to add on possibly another run here for the Triceratops, or if he goes the long ball, which we've seen a lot from Brock Miller.
With runners at the corners, I would not be surprised to see Laner take off. And speaking of the long ball, that was probably the pitch. 0-1 the count, as that was a beauty from Wheeler.
I thought he was going to swing or at least the runner take off, but neither.
But as of right now, Tri-C has their one, but they would feel hard done by not to get more. Now 1-1, a good take from Miller, seeing the ball miss the zone down low. Hazuda at third, Laner at first for Tri-C. In the on-deck circle, it is Justin Tyson, the second baseman. Wheeler definitely going to keep Laner honest over at first. He will throw back, has him in stride, but the chuck is not in time. But a very good move.
Yeah, very good move, very good throw there too.
We will see what he attacks Miller with next. 1-1 the count, still 2 down. We could see a quote-unquote double play ball, which would just get the 1 in regard to this scenario. Ball 2 called down low, but looking at the base path, I like the way that Laner is working the defense. He is trying to bait a throw. He then runs down to second. The run scores. Kumbaya. That's what he wants to happen, and as we've seen in so many games this year, when you can get in a defense's mind, you can make a lot of errors come about. He will break finally. The throwdown from a knee is in time. What a chuck by Stimac to retire the side. Forget mind games. Stimac in the right headspace.
That was really close. I thought he might have beat it out, but call on the field is out.
We will check the replay here, but what a chuck. And on that replay, I think he's safe.
Yeah. I thought the throw initially beat him, but by the time he slid in there head first, I thought he was in there.
That's a tough one to call. Either way, Tri-C scores the first run of the ball game. Mid-Michigan playing from behind once again. This is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. You can see the battery of Dylan Allman and Brendan Hazuda warming up for Tri-C. A good chuck down from Hazuda to Laner signals the end of warm-ups and the beginning of the bottom of the first. Tri-C strikes first in Game 2 of our doubleheader. A good bit of working on the base path by the Triceratops, but the parting line, A tremendous throw out from behind the dish, courtesy of Stimac, who, by the way, was on one knee.
Yeah, good, very good, strong throw there. After the replay, but hey, the umpire called him out, and we are now in bottom of the first. A left-handed pitcher. We don't really see a lot of those, especially from Tri-C, but still, left-handed pitcher on the mound.
And his first pitch is fouled over the backstop. So if we do want to keep a tracker going, that is one first pitch strike.
I love keeping that tracker going.
We will see how long we can keep that going. 0-1 the count on Eddie McDonald, the center fielder of the Lakers. Now 0-2, yet another foul ball to the right side.
If I'm not mistaken, Gilbride went 9, I think, in one of the doubleheaders.
I believe he did. This past time out, it was ruined by a hard 90. After McDonald, it goes to Bryan, then Bovin. 0-2 the count. Here's the pitch, just a bit inside.
That was almost a hard 90.
McDonald having to play, don't even really know what you describe that as.
Yeah.
Dodgeball, probably the best one.
Yeah.
But still 1-2 the count. A little bit too high from Allman. We will see if he can gather his control here. Allman ready to go. The lefty fires. Swing and a drop third. The throw down 2-1 to confirm is in time. 1 up, 1 down, and 1 punch out from Dylan Allman.
Yeah, just a good pitch there. Good block by Hazuda to keep it in front of him, and nice strong throw to first to complete the strikeout.
Trying to look for the strikeout numbers. It looks like I don't have that on the sheet for him. 27 walks. That is a bit concerning this year from Allman. But so far, so good, as he is able to retire McDonald to begin the bottom of the first. Now Connor Bryan, the right fielder, steps in and sees a first pitch ball up and out. It is going to be a very close game based on the way both teams battled down the stretch in game number 1. But Tri-C, if they can get an early cushion like it looks like they are going to get, they will be in a good spot. 1-1 now the count after missing on the first pitch. Allman able to regather himself. Both sides looking to take command of this at-bat. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Allman back on top. 1-2 the count. A very important strike from Dylan Allman. It'll be interesting to see when we have action in either bullpen. I'm assuming 4th or 5th inning we will start to see it. Here's the 1-2. Breaks inside, and there is the hard 90. Not enough break in the end. We've talked about the breaking ball a lot throughout the day. If you do not have good command of your breaking ball, you can lose a game very quick.
Yeah, and we were just talking about having the hard 90 break up last game, but hard 90 here early in this game. And definitely, if you're the Lakers, you want to be able to get that run back that you surrendered early and possibly more.
Now it is Trey Bovin, the designated hitter, stepping back in. First pitch in the other batter's box. 1-0 the count. Allman, after doing a good job finding a first pitch strike in the first at-bat, has struggled since then. 2 in a row with a first pitch ball. What can he deal on the 1-0? Here's the pitch. Popped up into left center field. It is a bit in no man's land, but coming up with a snag is Lehner for out number 2. A good recovery by the Triceratop defense. Lehner moving over from second base after playing 8 innings there last time out. But a good adjustment, a good snag. And now we will have Brennan Holman, a new batter and a new player entirely for Mid-Michigan, step in. We did not see him at all in game number 1. And speaking of that game, their starting catcher, Jack Nilsson, we did not see him re-enter the ball game in that contest or here. So hopefully he is okay. Potentially, if we play tomorrow, we could see him catch, but that remains yet to be seen. 0-1 now the count on Holman, the left fielder. So far in the campaign, he is batting .289, 22 hits, 20 RBIs, 6 doubles, 1 triple, and has 3 bombs. That pitch missing inside, 1-1.
Almost another hard 90. I found strikeout stats. He has 40 on the year, which is 3rd on the team, right behind, only behind Mitch Harder and Keegan Gilbride. So his 41st was the first out of this inning.
He will look for 42 in this at-bat, but right now it is a hitter's count, 2-1 on Holman. If Brendan is able to get on, Justin Esch would step in. Esch sporting a new jersey this time out. Usually he wears number 27, but in the dark blue, he is wearing number 24. Allman sets and fires the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Takes a load off the pitch and gets the strike. Count even.
Allman reminds me of BW pitcher Britt Kostra. Big lefty, kind of a nice glove color. They both have interesting gloves, but kind of just reminds me of that.
Allman sets. Here's the 2-2 as the runner goes. A good pop into left center field. We will see who calls it off. In the end, it is Bulls making the play, retiring the side. With that in mind, you bring up Britt. What did he do a couple weeks ago against John Carroll?
Threw a no-hitter. Threw the 5th no-hitter in BW history. And hopefully, if I see him pitch tomorrow, he can do something similar.
A very bold comparison through one. But as of right now, Tri-C enjoying this one up 1-0 on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Well, last time we saw Brock Miller, his at-bat was interrupted as Lehner was caught stealing at second. He will try again, followed by Tyson and Green to begin the second inning. This is Division II AA Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. For those just joining us, he's Cam Ragazzo. I am Nathan Smee on the call for you this evening. First pitch of the frame is thrown over 2-1. It's in time for out number one. A very, very good play on the mound by Wheeler to get us underway. But going back to last inning, that throw out down at second base was really big for momentum. But in the end, Tri-C still found a way to score a run.
Well, they scored before that, but really ended the momentum of that inning, especially with 2 on, possibly in scoring position, but cut down before they can get to that position.
First pitch just a bit inside to Tyson as he will have to duck out of the way of that breaking ball.
The Lakers did some dodgeball now. The Triceratops are playing dodgeball.
I think that breaking ball could have been a different type of breaking ball if that would have made contact. Here comes the 1-0. Down low now 2-0. Tyson trying to be patient in the box for the Triceratops. This is a big moment for them. They want to get a good cushion early on in this game. They don't want to have the pressure like they did last time out. And there is the hard 90.
Yeah, decides not to play dodgeball this time. So each team with a hard 90.
Now Ethan Green will step in for the Triceratops, as we said during pregame, batting a $149 with 7 hits, 1 double, 2 bombs, and 12 RBIs.
Yeah, I think we've seen him before in one of these double headers. But interesting to see what he can do here. Sporting my favorite number, number 22.
The playoffs, it's a completely new arena. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts on the fly against David Wheeler. Tyson at first. First pitch inside, 1-0 the count on Green. After Green, it goes to Adam Rich, and then we go back to the top of the Triceratops batting order. Once again, if we do have a victory in this game from the Lakers, we will be back here tomorrow for Game 3 to decide the series. If not, we will just be at St. John Bosco. 5 p.m. first pitch as Holy Name takes on Padua Franciscan. Both games should be good regardless of which one we actually get. Here comes the 1-0. Right in there, evening up the counts. But looking at the game yesterday that we had, a good one through 5. Then EC blew it open. Kind of similar to what Tri-C did in this game. 2-2, then 5-2. But in the end, both teams added on one more run. 6-3 scoreline, just like Game 2 of the Maycomb series was. For those just tuning in, number 6 Maycomb took down number 3 Henry Ford in 2 games. 9-0 and 6-3 the finals.
We will have updates hopefully shortly on the other 2 games because I think those both started at 4 and 5 respectively.
I believe you are right. This is the latest start of the day. 4 and 7 here. Every other game, 2 was started by 5. 1-2 the count on Green. Wheeler throws back 2-1, and it is not in time. A close call, but I don't know if he beat that throw.
Yeah, that was really close. I don't even have anything else to say, but
It's a bang-bang play. You give advantage to the runner, and that's probably what happened. Count still sits at 1-2. The pitch from Wheeler, right above Green again. And there is some action in the mid-Michigan bullpen. This could be an early decision if he hits another batter. It's a tough call to make. It definitely is. And Tri-C on the board now has changed it up. Bowles' single is now, I believe, being scored, or it's technically flipped, so I guess it's still scored the same. I believe that's what they're going to do. So now the count sits at, I believe, 3-2. It's definitely confusing seeing the guess and then Tri-C flipped, so it is still the same.
Yes, correct.
Took a second for that, but I guess they do put an error on Mid-Michigan, which is correct. Wheeler throws back, and now it's a rundown for Tyson. The throw 2-2 is not in time. Tyson creates chaos and takes second base in the process.
Yeah, not the best throw over there to second to almost complete the pickoff play, and Tyson just able to slide in there and ends up with a stolen base. Not the most conventional stolen base, but a stolen base nonetheless.
I mean, Wheeler throws back. That was the right call. And then you see the play at 2, just not in time, and a tremendous dive from Tyson.
Yeah.
Give him the stolen bag. Tyson now stands in scoring position, but as we were told, the shortstop Thomas, he did not cover the bag. If he would have, that would have been out number 2. Here's the payoff. Sky high, and it will remain in play. Ash gets underneath it from third, going down the third base line, making the grab for out number 2. A nice play over at third by Ash. It's tough with the sun to see that. We've talked about that all day as the sun is beginning to set. This, I believe, is the brightest it has been all day.
Yeah, and like you said, this is the brightest it's been all day, and then as the sun goes down and the lights turn on, possibly even brighter.
But right now, this is a time for Tri-C to put another run on the board. You have a runner in scoring position based on a good stroke of luck. This is where you need to capitalize. Adam Rich stepping in, a couple of base hits in game number 1. First pitch to him just misses. 1-0 the count, and once again, we are seeing a very tight zone.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit more of an expanded zone in the first game, and then through only an inning here in the first, or in the second now. Very much tighter zone this game.
1 ball, the count on Rich. The throwback to second, not in time. It was a good throw, but the way that Wheeler threw it, it was towards right field opposed to left. He needed it to be in stride over on the left.
Yeah, it was more towards the second base side of the bag than the shortstop side of the bag, and made Thomas forced over to that second base side to catch that, and by the time he turned around, unable to put the tag down.
The 1-0 will miss. Now 2-0 on Rich. Once again, after Adam is done in the box, we go back to the top of the order with Cohen Merritt. 2-0 the count. So far, so good for Rich. A base hit scores a run. We do have a score update in 1 second. Cam, after this pitch, I will let you do the honors. Another throwback in the time being, and once again, safe but close.
That was very close, but Hocking College loses both games and gets swept by Lansing Community College. First game was 12-2. Next game was 12-1, so they are done.
Hocking College, a very good team. They snuck in at the end. Them and Bryant and Stratton battled until the final day. They're a good team, but I'm not surprised to see Lansing advance. That pitch missing off the plate, now ball 3. So Lansing has advanced as the 1 seed, and so has Maycomb as the 6th. Kellogg took game 1 over Grand Rapids. Kellogg was initially the team paired with Tri-C a few weeks back, but that was at the end of the Triceratops regular season until it wasn't the end of the regular season because they played on Friday. But at one point in time, that was supposed to be the battle. Strike 1 called on Rich.
And a final from Kellogg. They ended up sweeping as well. First game they win 4-0. Second game 9-1. So far all 3 series end in 2-0 sweeps. Tri-C hoping to do the same here in game number 2.
And all eyes will be here at Ron Mottl Field.
Correct, to see who they end up playing.
The winner of this series, I believe, has the right to take on Maycomb. Now full count 2. Good pitches on the bottom corner.
Yes, because the 1 seed plays the winner of 4-5.
And those games will be in Michigan next week. As of right now, we are not planning on making the trip out there, but that definitely could change. It would need a lot of behind-the-scenes things to happen.
True. Very correct.
Full count on Rich. 2 down. Here's the payoff. Breaks in. Sky left side awkwardly off the bat. Ash calling it off in foul territory. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. 2 consecutive pop-outs to the third baseman. See the Triceratops almost go in order, but it was interrupted by Tyson, who was hit by a pitch. Still a runner in scoring position, left stranded as we enter the home half of the 2nd inning. A very good game so far. 1-0 Tri-C on top. Ash Thomas and Stimac do up in the home half of the 2nd inning for Mid-Michigan. 1-0 Tri-C on top. The Lakers trying to change that here. You look at the box score from last inning. Strikeout, hard 90, pop out, fly out. What do they need to change about their approach to get a better result this time out?
I think getting the first guy on definitely really helps. Especially you got to start making this pitcher work and try and force him out of the game early. Force Tri-C to go to their bullpen.
Count now 1-1 as that pitch misses. But Ullman so far, so good. He has been kind of what we expected him to be, but definitely some room to improve. A couple breaking balls getting away from him. If he can pitch a complete game here, not necessarily the full way, but complete in regard to performance, that would be huge for for Tri-C, getting teams mixed up already. As
we were talking about that OAC tournament during the break.
And we'll talk a little bit about that down the stretch, as I'm sure we'll have some time to kill. 1-2, down low, now 2-2. But tomorrow it will be BW and John Carroll in the early slot, followed by Mount Union and ONU.
Correct.
And once again, Where can you listen to the BW John Carroll game?
WBWC 88.3 The Sting. Game time, first pitch is scheduled for 9:30.
Please wake up in time.
I will be up a lot earlier than that.
Here's the 2-2. Line to right side, but breaking foul. Yeah, we don't have a broadcast that early. Make sure you guys tune in on 88.3 The Sting. Cheer on Cam and BW as they take on John Carroll.
Yeah, me and Ryan Klinger will be on the call. And if at 11 o'clock, BW softball plays as well.
Busy day on the radio station over at BW. 2-2 the count. Allman setting up. Now the pitch. Runs inside and upstairs. Count now full.
We've seen that a lot early here for him, especially probably because it's a lefty on righty and the lefty forcing them to come more inside to righty. So definitely a lot of pitches inside, but like you said, with this ump having a tighter strike zone, it's going to be interesting down the line here.
Here's the payoff. It's upstairs. Allman loses it, and the leadoff man is aboard.
Yeah, 2 free passes so far, only through 1 inning. Looks like a pinch runner, maybe. I don't know. Their coach was pointing to a runner, and then
time has been called, it appears, to potentially make the change, but instead it's a coach just retreating to the dugout.
he pointed to the runner and to the batter, and then said something to the umpire, but nothing, no changes made.
Ball one upstairs. We talked about control at the beginning of this inning. Allman losing his.
We saw that yesterday from Don Marchetta. Kind of lost it late there in the 5th especially, and gave up those 5 runs that ended up costing them the game.
And as you said, I was about to say, that was killer. Perfectly said. Just a bit of height on the bunt as it will carry on out. Probably the highest foul bunt we've seen today. We've seen a couple, but that one really high.
Yeah, we've seen a couple. Some of them have stayed in fair and have led to kind of little pop-outs in the infield, but that one just over the backside and foul ball.
So now 1-1 the count on Thomas. Allman sets and fires. Bunted, popped right side and foul. As well as we mentioned, Cam's broadcast with 88.3. We will potentially be back on tomorrow at 12 minus Cam and potentially minus Gabe as well, as we will have Game 3 if it happens. Otherwise, we will see you at St. John Bosco. We will see you regardless, but that'll be the first and only game of the day at 5 p.m. Parma Holy War, Holy Name, and Padua. Here comes the 1-2. Breaks in, and I don't know how that is not strike 3.
Yeah, that.
I think if you have the grid, that is at least half into the main box.
Yeah, they need ABS.
You talk about the 9-box drill. That's right in the middle and right in between the right and the middle. Here's the 2-2. Line right side and foul. But either way, maybe something else changed down below. Maybe at the point that it broke the plane of the plate, it was higher and it dipped a lot more at the end. Potentially, I don't think that's what happened, but we could be seeing it differently. We are having a overhead view opposed to a head-on view, so it could be different from downstairs. Here comes the 2-2. Fouled away once again.
It's 4 foul balls. Is that bad?
And in a game like this, you have to give credit to the umpires. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of grief from the fans. We hear it at the high school level, and that's the reason why we do have a shortage of officials.
Very true, but props to them for sticking it out here. Not a very warm day in Ohio.
Here comes the 2-2 from Allman. Low again. We are full. Another one very close.
Very close, but not close enough to be a strike.
I don't know if this is about control or just not hitting the desired spot from Allman. We will find out here on the payoff pitch. Allman, he needs a strike here, at least something. The payoff upstairs, and it is another free pass.
Looks like we are going to see time here in a mound meeting, probably just to try and calm him down here. No action in the bullpen for Tri-C. Probably going to see some guys at least moving around over there. But nothing as of right now. We'll keep you updated on that.
With everything being moved around in regards to rotation, who is the number 2 today? We floated around a couple of names. We thought initially it was going to be Mitch and Banks. And then we expected tomorrow to be Vinny and then somebody else. Does Vinny come in over Banks, or do we see Mitch even come in and have to go potentially 7 innings?
I definitely could see, especially early here, if Vinny, I know it's a lot different for starting pitchers to, they usually have a lot more routine to do to at least start and get into the game. But I think early here, if they need a pitching change, they could possibly go to Vinny and see if he can at least give him some length here before maybe going to a closer in the later stages.
You also have a guy like Birchler, 4.54 ERA through 11 appearances. You have Ebert, who has appeared 7 times. And you also have Obi, who has appeared 9. You could also start Birchler tomorrow opposed to Mitch Harder. It just depends on how this is going to roll. This is going to be a very telling at-bat. If it's a hit or worse, walk, I think you see him have one more attempt as there is no action in the bullpen. Hit or worse, we could see that decision. Double, I think you kind of have to call. But it's a very much judgment call, especially given the fact that we don't have an out yet in the bottom of the second. 0-1 the counts on Stimac.
At the same time, could change very quickly, though. Double play is in order here for the Triceratops. We saw a very good one turned up the middle towards the end of last game, and that was Tyson in there with Lehner, I think.
And we could even see a 5-3 double play. Tipped behind, now 0-2.
I thought that just went through his legs, and I thought the ball was live. However, foul ball was called by the umpire.
But once again, going to Miller, he does have the range and the arm to get it over. 5-3 might be our most likely double play ball.
Yeah, we've seen him with the arm and with the range multiple times here in these double headers. So possibly
5-4-3. Here's the 0-2, up and out.
I don't mind that pitch. I mean, yes, the umpire definitely a lot of tighter strikes on this game, but, you know, kind of putting it in the batter's mind just possibly to see if he goes out there and chases it outside the zone, but none there.
Allman taking his time. Now the 1-2 inside. And the worry about attacking well outside of the zone, does that lose your control and your edge? You have to be careful not to lose it, because once you lose it for an elongated period of time, it is going to take a lot to get it back.
Yeah, and it's usually already too late at that point.
Count out 2-2. Here's the pitch from Allman. Fouled right side. And even when the ball is going towards the zone, Mid-Michigan has done a great job fouling them off.
Yeah, a lot of pitches here early, though, and definitely pushing up his pitch count here.
So even count 2-2 on Stimac. After Nicholas, it goes to Isaiah Stoy, the first baseman. Hit left side, it could be fair, going down the left field line, and it will break foul. Wow, what a last-second break.
Yeah, big break there for that Triceratops. I mean, I think it landed maybe a foot left of the line. Very, very close. Definitely would have led to at least 1 run score, possibly 2. But a break here for the Triceratops, and they really need to capitalize off of it.
And that would have been the ball game flipped on its head. So count even 2-2 on Stimac. Still nobody out. Almost surprised to have not seen him attempt a bunt, given the fact that he tried bunting pretty much every single at-bat last game. Allman definitely needs out number 1 at the plate. Dillon setting and firing. Hit left side. That one's through for a base hit. They will send the runner. Rich will chuck home. The play at the plate is cut off. It's an RBI single for Nicholas Stimac. He has really put the Lakers on his back in this game. He had the throw out at second, and he has the opening hit of the game, resulting to a run.
Yeah, so far here, really good game here for Stimac. Just like you said, playing his contribution on defense, now on offense here with that RBI single, and still possible damage more damage can be done here with still 0 outs here.
And oh, by the way, he also had the tag of Bulls at home. Bunt shown, runs inside, hard 90. They tried saying he went. They say he didn't go, and that will give first base to Stoy. We will watch that one back. Usually we don't watch hard 90s, But this is a big decision to be made. Everybody in the box crowding around. He offered.
I thought he offered for sure. I'm not sure. The umpire at first was paying attention, but
I don't know how you don't call that an offer. I mean, everybody at home saw him level bat, flat angle, boom, extended. Either way, the base is low, nobody out for Tyler Schultz. Infield creeping in, first pitch fouled behind, 0-1 the count. I am still surprised that that was called a no contest. I'm shocked. I think, Cam, you are a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely very interesting. Now it looks like we're having some action in the bullpen, but it's only really stretching going on. So going to be at least a little bit of time before Tri-C can get another arm in here.
1-1 the count. It's a tie ball game. Bases loaded. A lot of damage can be done, but the Triceratops have played from behind a lot in this season. This is where that pays off. They have the experience. Can they get it done? Everybody in. Bunt. The play at the plate won't happen. The throw to one will not. He bobbled, but they say he did. It's the snow cone transfer rule for out number one. It's not an official rule of baseball, but it has to be a snow cone transfer. But there still was no transfer. It's an RBI sack at least. I mean, you look back, he kind of bobbled it. I don't know about that one, Cam. Your thoughts?
A very good play for at least getting the bunt down. I mean, it was a squeeze play. Runner was coming whether or not he got the bunt down. Really good play there for the Lakers, and then really weird play at first, but honestly, I didn't think he was going to call him out, but for Tri-C's sake, very good that he did.
And we have a bigger concern now, Allman being attended to by the medical staff.
Yeah, he's looking, that's right, kind of
Hip
that
flexor?
right hip flexor there.
I've seen that injury this season. I forget who was out because of it. But this is not the first hip flexor injury that I've seen this season, which is definitely tough. But either way, Mid-Michigan, for the first time this series, has a lead. And so far this game, Allman, 39 pitches.
That one went all the way to the backstop. He's doing some warm-up pitches to make sure he's okay to go in this game. As Tri-C still trying to get maybe an arm up in the bullpen.
But Allman continuing to warm up. Every time he chucks, even if it is a warm-up, that's a pitch used.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see how he adapts as we go back to the top of the order. Eddie McDonald, he struck out swinging his first time up. Runners at second and third, one down. It looks like the infield is in, or at least the corners. Second a little bit closer, short playing more of an outfield depth. A lot of movement, a good creep move. The throwback is wide, but snagged by Tyson.
Yeah, that one almost went into center.
He just saved a run. That would have been disastrous for Tri-C. And it looks like since Mid-Michigan has taken the lead, we have had 20 new people join the broadcast. We were at like 70, and now we're up to 95 just in the last minute. Impressive work, I guess, from that standpoint. But still, all it took was for that to be said, and boom. This is now the place to be. And I think Macomb fans are going to watch this one with eager eyes. 1-0 the count on McDonald. Allman sets and fires. Swing and a miss. A well-needed strike one. If you are Allman, what is going through your head right now? Maybe the biggest game of your career. You need to respond. How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, you really got to do your best to get out of this inning. Really, if the out is made at home, that's really where you want it, especially on the batter here.
And now we are being told it's Ethan Elbert warming up in the bullpen. 4.41 ERA, 7 apps, 16.1 innings pitched, 15 hits, 12 runs, 8 earned, 11 walks, 3-0 record. 2-1 the count. Allman sets and fires. While outside, the control on the breaking ball just not there.
Looks like Coach Dahlberg is going to go over, and it looks like They are seeing if the bullpen is ready here. Tell them to hurry it up.
It might not even be if they're ready. It's you are ready. Allman setting up for the 3-1. Swing and a miss. He earns another pitch.
If he can make this out here at home, it would be a really, really big one. And he needs to.
We thought potentially entering this game that we might be in for a shorter game. Not at all the case right now. Full count, 1 down. Allman looking for out number 2. Here comes the payoff pitch. Hit into center. It's a base hit. That will score at least 1. They send a second. The play at the plate is faked. Not in time. It's a 2 RBI single from Eddie McDonald. Make it 4-1 Mid-Michigan. The tides have completely turned. Maybe it's the jersey change. I mean, I don't even know how you describe this. Mid-Michigan, after the last game, counted out to respond like this. All the credit in the world to them.
Yeah, I mean, really coming out here, especially in this second game, and showing Tri-C that they are not out of this series yet.
And that one is a hard 90 for Brian. That has to be it. That's the second time he's hit Brian. You have to make the change, and Coach Stahlberg will, it looks like. He's telling him hurry it up. He's keeping him in. You can't put a pitcher in cold turkey like that, but at the same time,
you kind of need to.
4-1, Mid-Michigan on top. Tri-C's 41-game win streak on the line. This is going to need to be a Tri-C comeback game. Who saw this coming? Allman now having to take down Bovin, the designated hitter. First pitch is low, 1-0. I think regardless, this is his last batter.
Most likely. Yes, I think this is his last batter. If you're trying to see a double play here, it's really what you're looking for.
Allman checks, now fires the 1-0. It is up 2-0. Double play is needed, at least the lead runner. But you need a lot to go right in this inning if you are the Triceratops. 2 balls to no strikes, the count. Allman checks and deals. Swing and a miss, now 2-1. A good get-right pitch from Allman. We've talked about his location. He has struggled in that department mightily today, but that's a good one, getting back to his best.
Yeah, and he needs more of the same here.
Here's a 2-1. Backs him out, but still in the zone. Count even. A very good offering from Dylan Allman. If he gets the out here, do you keep him in for one more batter? It's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough.
2-2 the count. Allman fires. Fouled into the backstop. This all of a sudden now becomes a bullpen game for Tri-C. Albert looking once again at his innings pitched. 16.1 innings in 7 appearances. So about 2 innings of work per game. That only takes us to the 4th. Fouled into the backstop, or rather through the 4th, so to the 5th.
I mean, and that was Allman's 51st pitch here. Still only in the second. Like you said, this is probably going to be his last batter, definitely his last inning.
Mid-Michigan, though, putting on pressure. They have done that so well in this game, and they are finally putting the pieces together that they initially laid out last time. That pitch well inside. Now full 3-2. It's a tough decision. You have to go fastball, but do you dare throw around a lob?
I was going to say, do you send the runners in motion too here?
I think you have to. It's a bold move, but that's why Mid-Michigan's on top. They stay, the payoff, swing and a miss. Allman locks in to get out number 2, a massive punch out. That is his second on the day.
Looks like Stahlberg's going to stay in the dugout here too.
I kind of like it. Give him one more. He's seen it. Can he retcon this outing? It's a tough one, though. It's a tough decision. We've seen BW in games past. 3-2 count, pull the pitcher. So, and those were outside of the injuries. Ball 1 to Holman. It's Esch, then Thomas after him. As for Tri-C, it is the top of their order set to hit in the top of the third. This is the 9th batter of the inning for Mid-Michigan. The 1-0 breaks in, count even.
Good off speed there. Just broken at the last second and able to clip the corner of the zone.
And even in Mid-Michigan's bullpen, there's some action. Very surprised to see that given how well Wheeler has pitched. Here comes the 1-1. Inside too much. It's a hitter's count now standing at 2-1.
That might just be Wheeler warming up.
It might be.
From sitting on the bench
yes,
so long.
It is. Good catch. I just saw somebody in the bullpen. You kind of assume, but
yeah.
It got a lot colder. You kind of have to do that. Here comes the 2-1. Swing, and I think he got a little bit of contact based on the trajectory of the ball. So now 2-2.
Yeah, I think he hit it right almost into the mitt of Hazuda, and I think it might have fell out. But 2-2 now the count here. Definitely a very, very big pitch here.
He needs his best stuff. 2-2, 2 away. Allman checking the runner. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, chopped foul. And I feel like at this point, do you just tell him, okay, you can focus on the batter. If the runners get something crazy, we'll tell you. Is that what you do, or do you say, okay, you can still look back at the runners?
I think you got to focus on the batter here. I mean, that's really got to be your main priority.
It's a 2-2 count. He does check as he should. Here's the pitch. Just off the plate. Allman almost out of the jam. And the count now stands 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And now he's really got to focus on the batter. Runners don't matter at this point because they'll be off on the pitch. So got to come with his best stuff here.
A big, big payoff pitch upcoming. Dylan Allman needs his best stuff. Runners will break. They go. The pitch is upstairs, and the bases are loaded once again for the Lakers. And time is being called. We will have Elbert come on to pitch, as that will signal the end of Allman's afternoon. 2 strikeouts in 1 2/3 innings pitched. 4 runs surrendered on 2 hits. And now we will see Tri-C play from behind, which we've seen before, but really for the first time this year, throw a traditional bullpen game.
And all 3 of the runners on are response. Allard is, you know, English flew out the window there for a second. Allman is responsible for all 3 runners on. There we go.
There we go. There it is. But now Elbert coming on. We'll stay here during his warm-up, but what does Tri-C even have to do offensively in this next inning? Obviously, you don't need them to do everything at once, but you need something.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from Tri-C. They can have big innings, but like you said in the first game, it's a lot different in the playoffs. Definitely a lot tougher teams, really, you face in the playoffs because they're the best of the best. They're the best in their respective divisions and standings, and you know, they really hopefully can get to the pitcher and maybe tack on a couple here and there. Like you said, really not going to have those huge innings that we normally see in these doubleheaders.
Looking at their key wins this year, I jotted these down. 7-6 over Macomb. That was game 2 of the doubleheader, which saw them lose game 1. They beat John Carroll's JV 22-12. They beat Lakeland 32-0 and Walsh 9-1. Then you go to Clark State 17-2, 26, 15-1, and 18-4. I have those on there as just what they can do offensively. Bryant and Stratton 7-4, 11-1, 11-4, 8-4. You're getting a little bit more brought in. Edison 13-10, 15-14, 10-9, 19-9. The one game they were down by a whole host of runs and came back to win. But the series I look at, it's Hawking College. You played them a total of 6 times, 2 of which were last Friday as additional regular season games. 4-2, 6-2, 3-1, 6-5, 9-8, 3-1. A lot of those they battled back from behind. They have played in this scenario before. This isn't uncharted waters, and if you've watched our post-game interviews with Coach Stahlberg specifically, I've asked him about playing from behind, and he agrees it helps them get ready for the playoffs because it won't be all 32-0 Lakeland games once it becomes elimination time. First pitch from Elbert misses low, 1-0 the count. It is Esch who led off the inning back in the box.
And depending on the outcome of this game tomorrow, could be the elimination game.
That would be a big, big affair here. The only elimination game in this pool in Region 12. Count now 1-1. For those just joining us, Lansing swept Hawking, Maycomb swept Henry Ford, and Kellogg swept Grand Rapids. 1-1 the count on Esch. Albert coming set with the bases loaded behind and fires. Ground ball up the middle, and it is through. 1 run will score. They send a second. There is no play at home. It's a 2 RBI single for Justin Esch. Make it 6-1 Mid-Michigan. The runs continue to pour on.
And those runs are charged to Ullman as responsible for those, still responsible for the person on second.
Wow, what a job by the Lakers. Dominating right now. And now it's Caleb Thomas who also walks, stepping back in. 2 runners on still with 2 down. What kind of response does Tri-C have? First pitch, it's low, 1-0 the count. It'll be interesting to see what their bullpen does as well. How quickly do we see them come in once again? Elbert taking his time, coming set with the 1-0, throws back to second. Not in time, but a good idea. One thing is for sure, Tri-C's offense has to bring their A game in the top of the third and every inning after that.
Exactly. They need to, like I said, kind of chip away here after giving up 6 here, and their bullpen really needs to lock it down and hopefully not allow any more.
Count now 1-1. Keep in mind there is a run rule. 10 after 5, and then after 7, I believe it's 8.
Correct.
So,
because this is a traditional 9-inning game as opposed to the 7 that we usually see.
So Tri-C might have to score earlier than they'd like to. But once again, they led early. 6 straight now for the visitors of Mid-Michigan. Now 1-2 the count on Thomas.
It's also interesting because Tri-C is technically the away team.
And that will put them up in the top of the 9th. No walk-off opportunity. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Hit into right field. A tough play to make. Farrell gets there on a dive and makes the grab, finally ending the inning. If that ball fell, that would have been huge for Mid-Michigan. But in the end, it's Pat Farrell, an excellent snag.
Yeah, able to kind of range over there to his right and ends up with a sliding play. Kind of a little interesting to see, but if you're Tri-C, you kind of breath of relief there, out of that inning finally, but now your offense has to get to work.
How about this? Mid-Michigan plate 6 in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Their defense looks to back it up. 6-1 your score. The Lakers on top of the Triceratops. This is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Well, despite Tri-C being down 6-1 to Mid-Michigan, their bench is still very loud. You can hear the dugout from up here. They always bring the energy. They always try and rally around each other. Down by 5, this is nothing new. They can battle back from this, but it's a good first pitch from Wheeler. 0-1 the count on Merritt.
Yeah, and they're going to need to battle back in this game, like I keep saying. Gotta be able to kind of chip away at this lead. Really don't think they're going to have as big of an inning as the Lakers did, but with Tri-C, we know how potent their offense can be and definitely could see that big inning.
Here comes the 0-1. Just off the plate, count even. And there is the very tight zone paying off for Tri-C. That pitch definitely close, but given the discretion of our home plate umpire, follow suit to the others. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss, now 1-2. Merritt trying to give the ball a good ride. He definitely needs to get on base, but it doesn't need to be a big hit. If Tri-C can score a run every inning, just slowly chip away, they can make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, and just like we don't need the big hits as much as they would probably like to see that and get them fired up.
And that is a leadoff single for Cohen Merritt. It gets the job done, just getting it over second base.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we can just get the leadoff man on and then, be able to possibly steal second and then just get a couple of hits here and there, and all of a sudden Tri-C can really be back in this game. Definitely not out of it. Still early here in the third, but, you're kind of looking at it from the score. It's still 6-1, still a 5-run disadvantage, but we know that this offense is very powerful and can come back very easily as they look to tack on another couple runs here.
This could become a bloodbath very quick. Ball one taken by Jackson Bowles, who is 1 for 1 today with a single, one of 2 Tri-C hits in this game. The other is Cohen Merritt just now.
And going back to that first game, we saw them, Bowles really giving Tri-C their insurance runs late there with that 3-run homer over the right field wall.
Good eye on the outside offering, 2-0. And another thing that Gabe and I talked about during that broadcast, you have to have the same consistency from your 1, 2, 3 all the way down to your 7, 8, 9 in the order. If not, you're going to have a lopsided lineup very similar to a Lorain County Community College. And that really hurts you in the end. Chop right side, it's through! Another single for Tri-C. Merritt, he is hustling around the base path. Put him at third. Runners at the corners, nobody out. And Top's ball is starting to show.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. The Tops, like you said, starting to get the ball rolling here, just past the diving first baseman and sends Merritt all the way to third. And you're kind of seeing it here early. They're trying to come back in this game. Possibly we could see a steal from Bowles here to try and get 2 in scoring position. But already the one throw out from this game, so could always be weary of that and be aware of that.
Pat Farrell stepping in, a hard 90 victim his first time up. We have seen him make some good defensive plays today. Can his bat follow suit? Swing and a miss on the first offering. That was the right offering given the scenario. Farrell, he wants to join the hit parade, and you can definitely tell that Wheeler knows that. You give him off speed, you go down low in the dirt, you get the chase. Perfect opening. 1 strike on Farrell. The pitch. Inside, did it hit him again? The answer is no, barely missing.
Yeah, I think it just turned just in time.
Very close.
Bowles still staying put at first base, at least for now.
Do we see him, if it comes close again, just wear it? I think you might. 1-1 the count, the throwback 2-1, not in time. And you still do have Hazuda, Laner, and Miller in the 4, 5, and 6 hole coming up. You have a lot of power there.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We've known their power all year long, but if they can tack on at least one here with Merritt at third and possibly move Bowles over to third, definitely could see the ball start rolling here early.
Big lead over at first. Farrell thought about it, should have went. It's a strike, 1-2 the counts.
Surprised that Bowles is still over there. I mean, definitely a good job by the pitcher of keeping him honest over there with that lead, but still staying put.
You still look at it, his outside foot was on the edge of the pseudo dirt. I am shocked that he didn't go. Same lead, he goes back and is in plenty of time. He has that lead, he knows he can get back. I think you see him take off on the 1-2.
Especially because usually the 1-2 is kind of a more breaking ball count with the slower pitches. So definitely, especially with that big of a lead, and he can get a good jump.
From my experience, I'd call a fastball and have to pick between framing and getting the runner out at second base. And that's a tough decision as a catcher. If it's close, you obviously want to frame it, but at the same time, you want to get the lead runner, or in this case, just a runner. you have to kind of balance that. It's very tough to do, especially on the fly in a playoff game. 1-2 the count. Wheeler looking for out number 1. Bulls finally goes, line left side, but foul. That was the swing Farrell wanted, but was unable to keep it there. Powerful rope, powerful barrel, just couldn't get it done. This is going to be a big recapture swing, if you will. 1-2 the count. Bulls has already shown his hand. He wants to go. I don't think he goes again.
Probably not. At least not on this pitch.
He won't. It's inside. Now 2-2. Almost wore it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think his dugout wanted him to.
We definitely could see go Bulls again here on this pitch. Usually you take a pitch off because, as from experience, I know when you're stealing and then you have to come back and steal the next pitch. Not great in the breathing category.
Even count 2-2. Farrell looking to give Tri-C a run back in the right direction. Bulls breaks, hits him, hard 90, and the bases are loaded.
Didn't even matter that he went. That's the third pitch this at-bat that came close enough to Farrell, and that one eventually just hits him.
And now it's Brendan Hazuda stepping in. If you are Tri-C, though, this is a good spot to be in. You talk about energy. We did the same exact questions with Alliance. How do you stay in games? We asked Bo Davis. We asked Graffis. It's the energy of the dugout. And you notice when Alliance has their energy down, they lose. Tri-C, they keep their energy up. That's what keeps them in games like this. And you can hear the peanut gallery from here.
And still no outs here.
A big opportunity for Brendan Hazuda. Wheeler's first pitch breaks into the zone. Strike 1.
Corners are in here for the Lakers. Most likely middle infield will be going for that double play, but really any ball in play scores here for Tri-C unless it's really hard hit to either of the corners.
On plays at the plate, true plays at the plate, that is, Tri-C is 0 for 1. Bulls was retired on the prior one after a good play from Wheeler. Here comes the 0-1. In there, but 0-2. A beautiful breaking ball from Wheeler. That was a thing of beauty. Could not have been executed any bit better.
And now he's got to do it here with 2 strikes. Just be able to put the ball in play, especially anything to the outfield will score something for them.
And taking a look at my grades in the meantime, I think I secured all A's.
Good job.
0-2 the counts. It was a 90 on a project, and that will keep my grade up. So, thank goodness. Here's the pitch. Cranked up the middle, and it's caught at short, and they get the double play. What a snag by Thomas. And that takes all of the momentum out of Tri-C Sales. It's just a 6 double play. That's all it is.
Yeah, and they got Bulls. I thought that was going to be a hit, and so did Bulls, but unfortunately stranded too far off of second base.
Tri-C needs 1 this inning. That is for sure. That is gutting. Really gutting.
Yeah.
Runners at the corners. How creative can the Triceratops get? Because they are going to need to be. Wheeler setting up to battle Laner. First pitch down low. But Cam, you kind of heard that dugout deflate, but they're back. They're still keeping that energy up. Everybody's up. Everybody's still talking. If that sounds familiar, you probably played high school baseball because that is exactly what a lot of high school coaches preach. Keep the energy up. Now 2-0. And looking at Coach Stolberg's background, he came to Tri-C via Eastlake North after 6 years. National Semi-Pro Hall of Famer, class of 2014, Coach of the Year in Lake County in 2021. He has a lineage of success wherever he goes. Now 3-0 the count. And this is, I believe, a quote from Tri-C's AD when they hired Coach Stolberg. Kyle has been successful everywhere he has been, and he understands how to build a program. His colleagues and rival coaches all rave about his professionalism and attention to detail, which will help him as he revives our historically great baseball program. Now 3-1 the count. And for those confused, the revive is due to the fact that Tri-C had a 2-year hiatus due to COVID for athletics. But I think that pretty much describes the way that Tri-C has been this year, and they saw the vision when they brought Coach Stahlberg in a few years ago. 3-1 on Laner. Here's the pitch, and the bases will load again. Now Brock Miller steps in. We've talked about him needing to make amends at the plate. A very good start. He has cooled off down the stretch. This is where you change that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw his power, especially in those early double headers, and if he can get the long ball going here, definitely puts the momentum back with Tri-C. But just anything in play, anything gets down in the outfield or past an infielder, will score at least one, possibly two, which is really what Tri-C needs here.
It'll be interesting to see the approach of Miller. First pitch he will take. Usually we see a first pitch strike from Wheeler. That time it's off the plate. 1-0 the count on Miller.
Yeah, the breaking ball just slides a little bit too far. He's on the first base side of the rubber, so kind of working more towards that outside corner.
Wheeler taking his time, trying to get back even. Here's the pitch. Cranked right side, and it falls! At least one run will score! They send another! The play at the plate is not in time! Miller going to second, and he is out in the process! But 2 runs will score for Tri-C! Miller does his job. There's his offense back. The Triceratops, once down by 5, make it 3.
Yeah, Miller delivers there, like I said, with that big hit. Able to send one into right field, not doing too much on the ball, just sending it up. Oppo Taco kind of just served it softly into right. Able to score 2 and get 2 more back for Tri-C. But, I mean, he made the right decision. Ball went all the way through. And if you see that from your perspective on first, especially with the kind of turn he had, you're supposed to go to second. But, unfortunately, catcher was ready for it and throws him out to second to end the inning. But still, if you're Tri-C, able to get 2 back there and you're kind of starting to see your offense, it was alive that inning. You had the bases loaded twice, the unfortunate double play, and then the unfortunate out at second base there. But, I mean, you're seeing the wheels turning. You're seeing that your offense can do good, and you're really hoping to keep that moving here into the bottom of the third and, again, into the top of the fourth to hopefully have that offensive success again.
Tri-C, they wanted at least 1. They get 2, but the big question still remains, can the defense play their part in this comeback? 6-3 Mid-Michigan on top of Tri-C. This is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Instead of going to break, it looks like Hazuda throws it down, and we are right back to where we were. No commercial break this time. We thought we had time, but a quick warm-up from Elbert. Usually you give him more time, as this is the first time he is coming in to pitch a full inning, but that appears to not be the case. And if you are Tri-C, though, Cam, you kind of have to appreciate him working quick. You keep the momentum high, and now you need a 1-2-3 inning, or at least an inning that does not see any runs score for Mid-Michigan.
Yeah, just like you said, you really want to keep a quick inning going to kind of get that offense back up there as they kind of started hot out there in the second.
First pitch of the inning is fouled away, 0-1. And you do have some key figures on the bench if you do need to make some defensive changes at any point. But the main change in the infield, Tyson, he has done really well.
I mean, yeah, we saw it there kind of towards the end of the first game, able to turn that double play there and made a couple of good plays so far here.
0-1 count on, I believe that is the catcher Stimac. So we will see how he approaches the 0-1. He does by taking it 1-1.
He didn't he have the RBI? And then he's made a multiple good plays. I mean, technically, if you first the throwdown, but technically the quote-unquote throwdown that ended last inning as well.
Now 2-1 as that pitch from Albert misses, but he has been great. It's 7, 8, and 9 due up. This is where you want to catch their lineup off guard.
But at the same time, last time they were up, able to kind of work through it, albeit around a couple of walks from Allman, but still able to manufacture some runs. That one just missed on the outside corner. That one was close.
I was about to say, once again, that is the byproduct of a tighter zone. 3-1 now the count. 6-3 Mid-Michigan on top. Here's the pitch from Elbert. Runs up and in, and it's a leadoff walk for the Lakers. If you are the Triceratops, you cannot give up a run this frame.
Absolutely not. And really, like you were talking about, you really want a quick inning, so double play could really help with that.
And now it is the first baseman, Isaiah Stoy, stepping in. 0-for-0, he was hit by a pitch in his lone plate appearance so far. But as you said, a double play ball is definitely what Tri-C is hoping for here. They show bunt, and it will be fouled. But I believe it hits off of Hazuda, his right hand. He appears to be okay, but that's a tough one, especially given the cold and how long he has caught already.
That's what I was going to say, especially because it's not great weather here in Ohio. But, you know, that happens. I know as a catcher you probably felt that pain before.
Many times. As Britton, he has his suit on, but he also has the warm-up jacket as well. So I kind of think the conversation went, be ready just in case. 0-1 the count. Elbert checks around, throws back to one, not in time.
In the same token, he probably was also warming up Ebert before he came in the game. So
definitely a likely possibility, and that could see him come into the game. I think then you move Merritt somewhere in the field to keep his bat in the lineup along with Hazuda's. Now 1-1. I just don't know how you play this if you are Tri-C. If Hazuda does not play the whole game behind the dish, Merritt's your DH. That's a guy you have to keep in the lineup, but so is Hazuda. Count even. Elbert checks and deals. Misses down low again. 2-1. I wouldn't be surprised to see another bullpen outing, but I just don't know who they would bring out from there. No action right now, but I think Elbert is going to be a temporary fix for this inning and next. Ground ball left side, but foul, and good thing it is. Miller unable to range on over.
Well, if it was fair, Miller was going to be there and able to most likely make that play, but like you said, just foul down the line. But interesting to see if that was fair.
Count even on Stoy. An opportunity to make something happen, but at the same time, Tri-C's defense is looking for an opportunity of their own. The pitch, did he go? They will appeal it, and he did not go. Make it a full count, 3-2. Cam, based on that swing, I think he did not break the plane.
Yeah, I think it was the right call there. Interesting to see if the runner is off here on the 3-2 pitch. Still no outs here.
It could be a big decision. Here's the payoff, and it is down low. 2 walks in a row. I think we are going to see some quick action in that bullpen. But now, if you are Tri-C, do you play the Mitch Harder card?
I'm not sure.
I think right now if they don't throw Mitch, it's one of Banks or Vinny. Vinny's not in the game. You can make it a simple switch to put him on the mound. Bunt shown, foul right side, 0-1. It is going to be Wolf getting warm. Barely pitched at all last game, so I guess he can come back in. I kind of just assumed that was out of the realm of possibility, but if he can come in, that's good. But I kind of think that's a guy you bring in 1 down, 2 runners on, kind of like this, to get out of an inning, and that's it. I don't know if that's your next play, but also that could give another arm time to get ready. Throwback 2-2, not in time. Kept close by Lehner, but still almost getting into the outfield. It's a chess match right now for the bullpen of Tri-C. So many guys they can put on, but they have to keep in mind they could have to play tomorrow afternoon. 0-1 bunt shown. It's down. They should just go to 1. They will. The play is made for out number 1, but that will put 2 runners in scoring position.
Yeah, like you said now, 2 runners in scoring position, and the Lakers trying to get back the 2 runs that they just gave up.
Keep in mind, folks, we are in the bottom of the 3rd inning, 6-3 your score. The final of game 1 through 9 innings was 6-3. A whole host of extra offense in this contest. Pretty much a third more, or 2/3 more, as this is only a third of the game, and you have the whole output. But now it's back to the top. A 2 RBI single was the fate of McDonald in his last at-bat. He would definitely like that to happen again here. First pitch misses low, 1-0. And it's not like Hazuda can even stick it because the ball is just bringing his glove down to the dirt. We're going to have to see, though, what the decision of Coach Stahlberg is in regard to his bullpen. We might see that decision very soon. They go suicide squeeze. They will get the run at home. The throw to one is in time. They try two. The tag is in time. They get him. What a snag by Hazuda.
Very unconventional double play, but double play nonetheless. Like you said, they execute the suicide squeeze for the second time. Able to get the out at first, and then the runner comes back home, and they're able to get him on the tag.
You won the inning. That is a victory for Tri-C. 1 run still scores from Mid-Michigan. 7-3, the Lakers on top. Your score through 3 innings. This is the 2025 D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. October-like conditions in May. A chilly Thursday evening at Tri-C's Ron Mottl Field. 7-3 Mid-Michigan on top of the Triceratops. For those just joining our broadcast, he's Cam Ragazzo. I am Nathan Smee on the call for you live on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. A very good, high-scoring game so far. Obviously, the difference, the 6-run bottom of the second inning for the Lakers. But Tri-C, they are starting to battle back. They put 2 runs on the board last time out. They need at least that many this time.
Yeah, a relatively quick inning, but like you said, Lakers still able to score 1. They need, Tri-C needs to get their hot offense rolling here. Able to get the bases loaded twice last inning, but only 2 runs, courtesy of Brock Miller's RBI single, and then eventually was out at second base as he was trying to advance.
And this Tri-C team entered play today averaging basically 11 runs per game. You take into account the 6 from last game and the 3 now, 513 runs on the year. Add on to that their batting average as a collective, 366, batting average against 250, on base percentage, 508. 2-0 dips in, strike 1 called. And as well, 32 home runs, made 33 by Jackson Bowles in game number 1. The Lakers looking to battle back. Still a hitter's count, 2-1 on Tyson. Ground ball over towards second. A good scoop and throw. 2-1 is in time to retire Tyson. 1 up, 1 down. Now Ethan Green will step in. 1 away. Tri-C not in the best of spots offensively right now.
But we've seen them so many times come through with 2-out rallies, 1-out rallies throughout all the games we've done. But nothing really like this, especially with this playoff atmosphere here.
So many fans in attendance. A lot of fans making the trip from Michigan, too. As I said, this is October baseball in May. Green chops it up the middle on the first pitch he sees. Picked up by Thomas at short. The throw 2-1 is picked in time for out number 2.
Really good scoop over there at first. Just kind of, Thomas almost threw it pretty much directly into the ground, but a really good scoop over there at first base.
The nice thing for Tri-C, given the doubleheader being a playoff game, they don't have only 7 innings to work. They have 9. The game's only the 3rd of the way over. There is still a lot of baseball left to be played tonight. Rich with 2 up, 2 down, tries to break the streak. First pitch breaks in. Beautiful offering from Wheeler. 0-1 the count. And the question is, for the visitors, can their bullpen hold up if they need to go to them? That is going to be a big, big question. The pitch breaks corner. Ball one call just off the plate. A good miss from David Wheeler. But to Wheeler's credit, he has been elite all afternoon/evening. Count even. Wheeler taking his time, sets and fires. Chopped awkwardly off the bat to Thomas at short. The throw 2-1 is in plenty of time, and the Triceratops go in order. Great defense played by the Lakers. Middle of 4 in Parma. It is Mid-Michigan 7, Tri-C 3. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Before we begin the bottom of the 4th inning, if you or someone you know is a business owner looking to sponsor broadcasts in the Cleveland or Stark County area, contact me at one of those avenues on your screen, and I would love to work out a deal with you to promote the best of your business and your brand as well. If you are a coach or a fan of a certain high school or collegiate team looking to have us broadcast one of your games, let us know. If we can have sponsors or have a fee met, we will be able to get out there for those games, barring two things: A, schedule conflict, or B, denial by an athletic director. We do have to give those disclaimers, as everywhere does not allow streaming. Some conferences give prices to pay to stream. It's all different. For the most part, if it's in Cleveland, we should be able to do it outside of Ignatius Eds and those schools with already established broadcasting programs. So hopefully next year we can expand to some more areas. Bottom 4, 7-3, Mid-Michigan on top of Tri-C. A good game so far. The Lakers really enjoying this one. A 1-2-3 defensive inning. They are now in the right spot to really take control of this game once again. We saw 6 runs score in one inning. What do they respond with here after putting up 1 last? First pitch, swing and a miss, 0-1.
I don't know. I think it's interesting to see if they can keep tacking on runs. Like you said, nothing in the first, but 6 in the second and 1 in the third. They're looking to keep going here in the 4th.
Apparently he did not go. A good take from Brian. 1-1 the count. It's Brian, Bovin, and Holman. So 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Lakers in the bottom of the 4th. Elbert sets and fires in the 1-1. Now 2-1.
That was close.
Both him and the starting pitcher Ullman did have some control issues throughout this ball game. Hopefully Elbert can settle on into this game, as it looks like he will have a long night on the mound. Swing and a miss, now 2-2.
At least that's what they're hoping for.
If he can get them into the bottom of the 7th inning, not pitch it, get them there, that would be a successful outing. Then you bring in a guy like Banks or even Mitch Harder, depending on the scenario. The 2-2 is in there for strike 3 looking. That is the first punch out of the day from Elbert, and it retires Brian for out number 1. Not many strikeouts today. Tri-C, their offense yet to be rung up. As for the Mid-Michigan offense, they have struck out 3 times today, 2 to Ullman and 1 to Elbert. More of a contact-based game, and in the cold, that brings in a lot more variables. First pitch swung on and missed by Bovin. If Tri-C can respond with a 1-2-3 inning of their own, bringing back the top of their order, that would be really big for momentum and for their offense as a whole. That pitch a little bit more inside than Albert would have liked. Count even. Lucky to not have surrendered a hard 90. Another thing to look at, just looking out at the sky cam, it's 8:47 and we still have daylight.
At least a slight resemblance of daylight. Oh, yes, correct.
Did he go? They will appeal. He did. Now 1-2. It's finally turning into summer.
Yeah, but then again, the nice lights here at Ron Mottl Field. Definitely a very interesting atmosphere for some playoff baseball.
Once again, it feels like October. It definitely does. Here comes the 1-2 from Albert. Swing and a miss. 2 punch-outs in a row from Ethan Albert. 2 up, 2 down. Tri-C's pitching starting to get back to their best, but still a long road awaits them.
Yeah, it's still a long road in this game, but in the same sense, still a long road for their offense to come back.
And also, just to set the record straight, 6 hits today, 10 runs combined. A lot of extracurriculars. Ground ball up the middle. Laner ranges over. The throw to one is in time. The Lakers are retired in order.
That's exactly what you want to see. Almost 7 hits on the day, but Laner able to range over to his left and cut it off before it goes up the middle. And a nice strong throw over first to complete the putout and complete the 1-2-3 inning for Tri-C.
His usual middle infield partner, Cohen Merritt, is set to begin the top of the 5th inning. Tri-C down by 4, looking for some runs when we return. This is Division II, Region 12, NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Tri-C getting ready for their 3rd go-around today with their batting order. Merritt, Bowles, and Farrell due up to begin the top of the 5th. An interesting affair so far. Both teams going in order last inning. Is this the inning that we see both teams pile on a bunch of runs?
Well, if you're Tri-C, you hope, yes, at least for them. They need to get back into this game. Able to score 2 more in the 3rd, but need some more help here in the 5th.
Strike 1 called on Merritt. A good offering from Wheeler, who has been cruising on the mound, but you would expect to see a lot more action upcoming in the mid-Michigan bullpen. Here comes the 0-1. Breaks in, now 0-2. 2 great pitches to begin this at-bat to Merritt. Cohen definitely needs a good at-bat here. 1 for 2 on the day with a flyout and a base hit. Wheeler looking for a simple 3-pitch strikeout. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. He gets it. Beautiful offering by Wheeler, and that strikes out Merritt for out number 1.
Yeah, but Wheeler already at 72 pitches here in the 5th, so definitely kind of getting up there in pitch count. Hopefully, if you're the Lakers, you kind of want to see them go into the 7th and really give your bullpen kind of a rest.
Bowles now stepping in 2 for 2 on the day. He needs another big hit, just like the one he had last game. First pitch breaks in, 0-1. What a beautiful offering from Wheeler, who I believe is going to throw until he physically can't.
Yeah, beautiful slider there. Just catches the corner.
I think he can get through the 7th. I think if he can kind of lock in? He definitely can. Chop right side by Bowles, carrying right, but the play at first is made for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Not the start that the Tri-C offense wanted in the top of the 5th. A slow start as Diddy Farrell will now step in. Farrell on the day, 2 hit by pitches, so 2 hard 90s. Starting to feel a little bit sore. I wouldn't be surprised to see him, how do we say this? Try and evade that happening again. I think that's kind of the simple way to put it, just based on the way that he has taken so many hard 90s. First pitch to him, right in the zone. A beautiful offering, 0-1 the count.
Yeah, it looks like a nice curveball. Nice sharp break to it. Kind of a 12-6 motion there.
That's about as good as it gets. Farrell looking to be ready for the 0-1. Here's the pitch. Blocked, now 1-1. Definitely a lot more willingness shown on the mound by Wheeler to go to the off speed. They lead this game. They have control. They can really do whatever they want out on the mound. Here's the 1-1. Almost in there for strike 2. Instead, it is just a bit low. And as you can see on your screen, I assume the conversation between the umpire and Stimac is, where did that miss? And I think that is a very good question for him to ask.
I would agree.
2-1 the count on Farrell. Here's the pitch. Breaks in, chop left side. Good scoop over at third. Ash throws across, and it is in time. The side is retired. A great throw across the diamond seals yet another 1-2-3 defensive inning for the Lakers. Middle of 5 at Ron Mottl Field. Tri-C's offense still looking for some answers, down 7-3 to Mid-Michigan. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Esch, Thomas, and Stimac due up in the home half of the 5th inning for Mid-Michigan. It's the 2 versus 7 battle, and right now it is 7 on top with 7 runs. Interestingly enough, 2-3, Tri-C trailing by 4 in this contest. For those just joining us, I am Nathan Smee. He's Cam Ragazzo on the call for you this evening. The Triceratops carried a 41-game win streak into this ball game, and now they're going to have to play from behind to keep it intact.
Yeah, and based off the last 2 innings, their offense really hasn't done all that much, going 1-2-3 last time. But Everett able to keep the Lakers' offense 1-2-3 last time.
Chop right over his head, a tough play. Laner ranges over, and the throw 2-1 is in plenty of time.
Really good play, especially on the run there. Didn't have time to set his feet, but still makes a nice strong throw across his body there.
Looking back to the last hit of this game for Tri-C, Brock Miller's 2 RBI double, and he was thrown out at second base. That could have been a turning point. It still kind of was, as Tri-C won the inning, but 2 innings of goose eggs in a row. If you are Mid-Michigan, you would definitely take that, but right now, if you can force a run across, Tri-C is back to the drawing board where they started. It is still a quote-unquote one-swing game, as a grand slam could tie it, but anything past 4, and Tri-C might have more than they can handle. 4, I would say, is fine.
Yeah, we're going to see as we go down the stretch here, especially next inning, if they can get at least some people on. Whether or not they score or not is the question, but at least getting some runners on it in scoring position.
1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now 1-2. I'll give a lot of credit to Albert. He has been tremendous since coming on for Dylan Allman. And that's exactly what you needed out of your bullpen. You needed a steady hand who can navigate you out of some tough situations. 1-2, chopped foul.
Very, very true. A little shaky early on, but since then has kind of settled in. Give up one last inning, but after that, 1-2-3 inning, and looking to do the same here.
1-2 the count. A big opportunity for Tri-C to further their defensive dominance as of late. Now 2-2. But really, it has been defensive dominance since they allowed those 6 runs. They turned a new corner. They were able to make amends, and now they just need their offense to get back to their best, and they take the lead again. 2-2, drop third. He thinks it's drop third, but in the end, it's not. I was a little bit confused based on the way it was caught. Either way, strikeout number 3 on the game for Albert. Retires Thomas for out number 2.
Yeah, good pitch there. Like you said, kind of a little interesting. Batter thought it was drop third, but Zudo ends up throwing it around anyway as the umpire agrees it was not drop third strike.
Looking at the box score again, the last time that Mid-Michigan was able to score, they also ended the inning on an obscure play. The last 2 scoring innings were ended by obscure plays. But since then, nobody has reached base. Going to the box score for Tri-C, ground out, strikeout, ground out. As for Mid-Michigan, strikeout, ground out, strikeout. Here's the 1-0. Not in there, apparently. That was really close. They say it's low. 2-0 the count.
Yeah, but going back to your point, it seems like either a strikeout or a ground out incoming here.
If we stay par for the course,
True.
which we've seen it the opposite way so many times. Chopped right side, over towards second base. Tyson gets it, and the play at 1 is made. Well, Cam, you called it.
Yeah, I'm just following along with the course here. Tri-C looking to break the course there as they come to bat in the top of the 6th inning. They need some runs here kind of as we get later in this game.
Before we go to break, Cam, how far along do you think we are in this ball game, time-wise? Don't look at the clock.
I feel like an hour at least for sure. Maybe an hour 15. I know I looked at the clock when it was – actually, wait. No, that is so bad because it was 8:43 last time I looked at the clock, so at least 2 hours. I would say 2 hours.
Hour 40 – I think it's hour 4 – try to do the math. It was 7:13. Hour 46 then? Hour 47 at the turn, so yeah, hour 46. We'll step aside. A very long game and a long finish upcoming when we return. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Tri-C's offense looking for some answers as we begin the top of the 6th inning at Ron Mottl Field. 7-3 Mid-Michigan on top of the Triceratops. He's Cam Ragazzo. I am Nathan Smee on the call for you if you are just joining us. First pitch is low to Hazuda. 1-0 the count as Tri-C will send their 4, 5, and 6 hitters to the plate this frame. This is a big spot for them to do some damage. Hazuda flew out into an unfortunate 6-6 double play last time out. A fly out to short, and then he just stepped on the bag. It was tough. That could have broken the game open. It really should have. But a great play was made by the shortstop Thomas, and that prevented any damage. 2-0 the count on Hazuda. Here's the pitch from Wheeler. Breaks in and misses. 3 straight balls. And I think this will probably be the last inning of work for Wheeler.
Sorry, there is someone in the bullpen. I didn't see them. There was a pole in the way. There is one arm in the bullpen. We will get a name and number if we have a chance.
That pitch low. 4-pitch walk for Hazuda. And that can help Tri-C out. They needed one to get on. They have their one on. The question is, can they keep it going as Joey Lehner steps in? Lehner is going to be in a big pressure situation. He needs to avoid grounding out into a double play, but at the same time, he needs to give this ball a good ride, or at a minimum, get on the base path. Given the 4 balls in a row thrown to Hazuda, I think we see him take this first pitch. He shows bunt, pulls it back, he takes it in the end, and it is strike 1. Tri-C really committing to the small ball, just trying to bunt runners along. I feel like this inning they need at least 1, but ideally 2 or 3. We will see what they opt to go with on the 0-1. Lehner could be given the swing away sign right now. And it appears he is, but he takes strike 2.
He's going to need to come up with something big here from 4 balls to 2 strikes back to back.
And Wheeler just trying to buy himself some more time to put a final good inning on his resume for game 2. 0-2 the count on Lehner. Joey in search of a big play. Here's the pitch. Off the plate, it skips wide, and Hazuda is in scoring position. That's exactly what Tri-C needed. Move Hazuda along the base path.
Without recording it out, too.
That's the big, big deal.
Now here, if you're in the box, you kind of just got to be able to push him over to third here, especially with 0 outs, and you're able to at least scratch one more across. If you can move him to third, even with recording it out,
it gets the job done for sure. 1-2 the count on Lehner. Wheeler setting and firing. Breaking ball off the plate, but a good block by Stimac keeps it close. Count now even. If that ball got away, Tri-C would have stumbled upon a pretty much free run. Instead, it is 2-2 as Stimac keeps it close. Wheeler looking for out number 1 after surrendering 2 balls. Now 3. Lehner works it full. With Brock Miller in the on-deck circle, who provided last time. I think if Lehner gets on, that's the end of Wheeler's day. You look at the matchup and say, we might have somebody better in our bullpen given the scenario. I think that is what we are going to see from mid-Michigan. But right now, the focus is on the pitch. Full count, Wheeler looking for out number 1. The payoff. Hit right up the gut, off the mound, and it's through! A big hit by Joey Lehner. Hazuda will go home. There is no play at home. It's bobbled. An RBI single for Joey Lehner.
he smashed that one up the middle. Almost hit off the pitcher, kind of banked, had a little weird off the mound, and then second baseman unable to get it, got a glove on it. They're touching third to appeal. Umpire calls safe. The run will count, and Tri-C trying to get back rolling in this game.
You'll check the replay. Yep, I think he just skimmed it, but it's enough. Now Brock Miller steps in. 3-run ball game, Cam. This is where it gets interesting. What can Miller do? So far in this game, 1 for 2, 2 RBIs and a base hit along with a ground out to his name.
Still Wheeler in the ball game. Now the Tri-C dugout going crazy.
No surprise there. First pitch is in there, 0-1 the count. It looks like the strike zone for Wheeler is a little bit lower than the one for Tri-C with Elbert. But I think Elbert has some more grace up high. Just slightly different zones, but definitely important for this exercise. The 0-1 hit opposite side. It's through. Brock Miller, another base hit, and Lehner will take the turn, going 2-3. The play is not in time. Put runners at the corners. Nobody out, and the tying run in the box.
We were questioning whether this offense was going to be able to come alive after 2 back-to-backs, 3 ups, 3 downs, but here they are in the top of the 6th, showing us that they can truly come alive. Looks like we are going to see, a call to the bullpen here.
And here comes Coach Stahlberg running again. Last time we saw that, it was hype. That Tri-C dugout, though. We will get a camera over there. It's a little bit off center, but you can see it right now. Going nuts. That's the best we can get, just kind of angling the camera out of the dugout. But the call to the bullpen has been made. Hold on to everything, folks. This one is far from over. Mid-Michigan, call to the bullpen. It is number 14, Luke Sherman, the sophomore. He will be on to Chuck when we return. This is the 2025 D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Man, what a game. Do not go anywhere. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Luke Sherman now on to pitch for the Mid-Michigan Lakers. They lead by 3, but the tying run is at the plate. Cam, your thoughts on this inning? Only 1 run has scored, but it feels like a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, I mean, their offense has really come alive here.
And there's the running again from Coach Stahlberg. He loves to run around right behind home plate. We saw that back on the 26th. I think now we post both videos at the same time after this game. I just have to remember when the other one was, which is not going to be easy, but even the coach is hyped. Everybody is hyped, and that is Tri-C baseball, or as they like to call it, Tops ball.
Yeah, I mean, guards weren't playing today, so they say roll Tops. They claimed that they had that before the Guardians, and, you know, I'm not going to fact check on that, so.
Tyson now stepping in, double play ball potentially in effect. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Bunt popped right side. It is caught for out number 1. What a snag at first by Stoy. We will watch that one back. That is a huge momentum killer, but still the job far from done for the Lakers defense. Just unfortunate. You see the pop. It's a good pop. And just the dives right there. Now Ethan Green will step in, 0 for 2, but no better time than now to make that happen, or make that change, excuse me. But runners at the corners, you still have that double play ball in effect potentially. He needs to be careful and tread lightly. First pitch almost hits him. Rich awaits in the on-deck circle. You still do have some power hitters on this Tri-C bench. Now is not the time for a pinch hit, but if you need to down the stretch, you have the options. But 1-0 the count. Could we see some trickery on the base path to force across a run? Good block. Runner goes. The throw is down. It is wide, but snagged in time. Put 2 runners in scoring position. That is a massive steal by Tri-C.
Good delayed steal there by Brock Miller. Just kind of able to wait, take the secondary, and then go. Probably helped a little bit that the ball was in the dirt, but still, good steal nonetheless. Able to get now 2 in scoring position and stop the double play. Well, stop the traditional double play.
Base hit scores a run, potentially 2, and that would be huge for these Triceratops. It's a 2-0 count. The pitch, it's low, ball 3. Adam Rich on deck. What is going through his head?
And like we're hearing up here, the sun's going down. The lights are getting really, really bright, and lights might be too bright here for the Lakers, but still in the lead.
It's ball 4. The bases are juiced, and it's the man who walks up to Superstar stepping in. Talk about calling your own shot indirectly.
Can he be the superstar that the Triceratops need here, or at least help their cause to try and move them along here? But as the runner gets on first, double play still in order here, 1 out. But in the same token, a nice deep fly into pretty much any part of the outfield will score another run, possibly could move up another runner to third base, but we will see.
I'll tell you what, this is the place to be on this night. The atmosphere at Ron Mottl Field is electric. Both sides just wanting a big win. Tri-C to advance. Mid-Michigan to force a Game 3, the only one in Region 12. 0-1 the count on Rich with Merritt awaiting in the on-deck circle. You can hear the Olay chants as well. 0-1, here's the pitch. Hit left side, but foul, now 0-2. Tri-C needs at least one more run this inning, at a minimum.
There are two really bad things that can happen here for Tri-C. Either strike it out the plate, which isn't the end of the world, but a double play would end this very promising inning. Either of those not great at this point in time right now.
And we are officially at the 2-hour mark. So a very slow game, but it has been an entertaining affair. A big pitch upcoming for Sherman. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rich chases outside. Sherman hunkers down and gets out number 2. And it's back to Cohen Merritt.
Still not out of the water yet, though. Base is still loaded. Now 2 outs. Runners will go on any contact. So a base hit will most likely score 2 here. But if you're Tri-C, you really, really need to get a ball in play here. At least try and make something happen.
Merritt likes opposite field. Right center has to be where he's aiming for.
I mean, exactly, especially if the outside pitch goes that way.
Or down the right field line. We will see what happens. First pitch, down to the dirt, 1-0. And if he could also draw a walk, make it 7-5, and let JB take care of it, that's also dangerous.
Exactly. He just needs to get on by any
means necessary.
Yes.
There you go. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, now 2-0. This is pressure.
And especially 2-0 count here. I mean, he's probably going to get a pitch he likes here.
Most definitely. You can just tell, though, this atmosphere. They have been waiting for a game like this. 2-0 the count. Sherman setting and firing. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 on Merritt. You don't blame him, though, for swinging. That is a good spot to attack, but just unable to come up with any contact.
Yeah, especially when you're up in the count 2-0, but still up in the count here as well.
Now 2-1, as you said, a hitter's count. Still some action in the Mid-Michigan bullpen. 2-1 the count on Merritt. Here's the pitch. Down a little bit low. As close gets. It's 3-1.
Yeah, very, very close. But like you said, a walk here would draw in another run for Tri-C. And like you said, any means necessary.
Base is juiced. 3-1 the count. Sherman sets, fires. Ball far inside. Tri-C back within 2. They are not done yet. Jackson Bowles, what says you? Pressure. Talk about it.
Can he repeat exactly what he did in Game 1?
I'll tell you what, Kim, I annoy you with the Federal League, but if he gets a ball that ties up the game, I think you have to let me win that one.
Yes.
Come on, JB. He is a top talent, and I heard it all semester. One of his former Glen Oak teammates, Aiden Kerr, was in one of my classes, and he just raved about how talented Jackson Bowles is on the diamond. Talks about his power, and just talks about how good of a player and how good of just a person he is, and that's the kind of superstar you want to see. 1-0 the count on Bowles. Farrell awaits in the on-deck circle. Sherman coming set. Fires. Sky, not what he wanted. Will it carry on out? He hopes it does, and it will. Jackson Bowles given an extra life.
Yeah, I really thought it was going to pop up on the infield, and then I saw the catcher running back and all the way to the screen and just out of play.
Either way, I said Tri-C needed 2 runs this inning. They would still feel hard done by if they don't get any more. but it's a 2-run ball game. They got the 2. Can they get any more? You can hear the Olay chant still ringing out from the Tri-C dugouts. Sherman probably pitching the biggest game of his life. The sophomore setting. Now the pitch. Off the plate, now 2-1. We've asked what is going through the mind of Rich through to Bowles. At some point, we might have to ask the question of what's going through Farrell's. 2-1 the count. Sherman needs a strike here. Here's the pitch. Inside, once again jams him. This one might be playable, but it will carry foul. Count even at 2-2.
It's pretty much the exact same thing that happened.
They're bringing it inside on him. I think this 2-2, you have to be careful because if they read the game script, Sherman would have to throw something completely out of the ordinary for it not to be inside. You have to throw it there again. But then at the same time, if he can get his hands in, barrel up the ball, it can either go A, left to Oppo, or B, a hard hit ball down the right field line. Either way, it's dangerous, whatever you throw to Jackson Bowles. 2-2 the count. Sherman coming set. Here's the pitch. In there, swing and a miss. Sherman gets the final out of the 6th. A big punch out. Still, Mid-Michigan leads. What a pitch by Sherman.
Yeah, I mean, just very, very big pitch there, especially on Bowles. Really important to get him out of the inning, still leading.
7-5, Mid-Michigan on top. If Tri-C's defense can hold up, Farrell, Hazuda, and Lehner will be tasked with tying it up. The job has been done to an extent, but still more is asked of the Triceratops. Middle of 6, this is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Welcome back to Ron Mottl Field for the bottom of the 6th inning in Game 2 out of 3 in this Round 1 playoff series between Mid-Michigan and the Tri-C Triceratops. First pitch from Elbert is in there, 0-1 the counts. It'll be Stoy, Schultz, and McDonald, 8, 9, and 1, due 2 hits in the bottom of the 6th for the Lakers, who lead by 2. Now 1-1 as that pitch sails over Hazuda. But going back to the top of the 6th, bases left loaded, but 2 runs still score. Was that enough from Tri-C's offense in that frame?
We really won't know until the end of the game, but if you're thinking about it from that position, you really wish you could have scored a couple more. But in the same token, your offense is hot now, and if you're able to get up there next inning and score those 2 and possibly more runs that you need to take the lead, could be a little different.
3-1 now the count on Stoy. After a good first pitch, Elbert has lost his control upstairs, and we do have some action in the bullpen. This could be a harder appearance, but I don't think it's going to be. Here's the 3-1, and it is in there, full count. I think if it's a tie game and you need somebody to absolutely knock down 3 final outs, you throw Mitch harder. I think that's what they're going to do. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Elbert gets strikeout number 1 on the inning. His fourth.
And he's fired up about it. He knows how big this inning is for the defense. Coming off what could have been a huge inning, still getting 2 runs there. Definitely good, but their offense really needs to get back out there as soon as possible and try and keep it going.
Just a big pitch from Albert. First one of this one is hit right side, and it is a 1-out single for Schultz. A powerful hit, and that will put the Lakers on the base path. Definitely helps, but they need a run this inning. You have to believe they do, and they know that. They've gone to their bullpen. They've shown their hand, but Tri-C, despite them trailing, they still have like 3 or 4 pieces on this bench that they could bring in realistically, and they could get hits. Once again, the hit battle. Tri-C has 5. Mid-Michigan only has 4. 9 combined hits, 12 runs.
The walks early really killed him.
Get rid of those. This is all Tri-C. And that's kind of what you expected from game number 2. But I think at the end of game number 1, I started to present doubts of, okay, I initially said it will be a sweep for whoever wins game 1, but I'm now not so sure based on the way that Mid-Michigan played down the stretch in that game. And right now, they're proving me somewhat correct. 1-0 the count. Double play ball could be in effect. Now 2-0. You have to be careful with McDonald. He already has a 2 RBI single and a bunt RBI to his name in this game. 3 out of the 7 runs scored by Mid-Michigan belong to him. That pitch right in there, now 2-1. But still, the energy from the dugout of Tri-C has been tremendous. Mid-Michigan a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah, definitely not as much as Tri-C, and definitely we see on the mound as Albert is kind of fired up there.
Albert looking to even up the count. Here comes the 2-2. Foul to right side, and it is definitely good. That one was foul.
Yeah, that one would have definitely caused some trouble there for Tri-C's defense. That one probably would have gone all the way to the wall in the corner over there, so probably a triple.
And that means the run scores.
Exactly.
But to the count on McDonald, and this could end his at-bat, but it won't. Just too low. Count full.
Now, from what we've seen from them today, in the 3-2 counts with 0 run, 1 out, they haven't sent the runner, but could that change here? We will find out.
Full count, Albert trying to get out number 2. Chopped right side, kept fair, but no, it's foul in the end. But I like that effort from Green because he knew not only would he get the out at 1, he had a shot at 2.
Yeah, he had an opportunity, but kind of just like that last foul ball, good that Tri-C that it went foul. Little unfortunate that one went foul.
It's that kind of fine line. You want the one, but not the other.
Yeah, that double-edged sword. You're like,
Still a full count. Albert trying to win it here. And did he go? Yes, he did. He is retired for out number 2. Punch out number 5 from Ethan Albert. What a massive strikeout for out number 2.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Definitely went around. They didn't even have to appeal. The home plate umpire actually called it. So
it looked like they were going to appeal. I think that was already the process, just in case.
If they appealed, he better have called it a strike or a swing.
It was about as close as it doesn't really get. We've seen a lot of close calls. That one, the furthest thing from it. First pitch inside. I still like that spot from Albert, who he's really been able to control the pitches despite having some rough starts to at-bats. And that has really set him apart from Allman. And keep in mind, 7-5 game, Tri-C on pitcher number 2. So is Mid-Michigan. Now 2-0 after Hazuda blocks that one. Hazuda has been Iron Man today. Once this is done, 15 innings of catching.
Yeah, I mean, you know exactly firsthand how hard that is.
And keep in mind, even if the old doubleheader format was in play, 14 innings are down. The game should have been over by now. They called that a strike, or a ball, excuse me. It should have been a strike, but once again, Tri-C zone a little bit higher opposed to low, and it's reversed for Mid-Michigan. Still very close, but that's just one of margins. Here's the 3-0, and it's in there for strike 1.
Looks like we have some action in both bullpens.
But I think I said earlier, if Albert can get Tri-C 2 or 3 the 7th, that would be a huge help. Right now with 2 outs, he is very close to getting them out of the 6th. and that might do it. A high hanger in the infield. Tyson gets underneath it and makes the catch, retiring the side. Tri-C fired up as they should be. Some damage done based off of a single, but no run score. Tri-C once again wins the inning. 7-5 your score. Tri-C trailing by 2, but that could change really quick. This is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. We are going to go with the pitcher on the mound for Mid-Michigan is Logan Tenbrink. But Cam, I mean, talk us through what the confusion is once again.
So since they switched their jerseys, a couple of them had to switch numbers. So
Tenbrink kept it the same. It looked like 33, but it's 31.
Okay.
So now we all are set. Tenbrink back in. He pitched a while last time out, but I guess he's all good to go. So we will see what Farrell, Hazuda, and Lehner have in store for him as we enter the top of the 7th inning. Tri-C down by 2, needing some runs this inning.
Almost the exact opposite mirror matchup, number 31 versus number 13.
And looking at this from the standpoint of a 7-inning doubleheader game, Tri-C has more room to work with now. They have an extra 6 outs if needed, which is really nice, I'm sure, for them right now, as they don't want to have to play tomorrow.
Yeah, but like you're saying, they don't need to get it all in this inning here. But if you're Tri-C, you really want to.
2-0 the count on Farrell. No pressure to swing quite yet. Here's the pitch. That would have been a good one to turn on, but given the scenario you take, it's 2-1 as a result. In this game, Farrell 2 hard 90s and a ground out to his name. Tenbrink setting and firing. Down low, 3-1. You have to feel like, though, Tri-C needs those 2 runs this inning to keep their chances alive. Obviously, they don't mathematically, but just based on the game script, I think they do. It's a 3-1 count on Farrell. Here comes the pitch. Cranked deep to left. Oh, my, it is skied, and it will go just foul and be caught for out number 1. I don't know how that didn't carry on out.
Yeah, he hit that like a mile high, though.
The height definitely hurt him, but I thought that was about to be a no-doubter foul.
Yeah, that was really, really close.
Now Hazuda steps in. He reached on an error, flew into a double play, and has walked thus far.
I just saw Vinny Gallagher taking some swings over there, so maybe could see him as a pinch hitter.
I think that would be the first of many potentially coming in. First pitch to Hazuda, cut at and missed, 0-1. If they go in order, then you would see Miller, Tyson, and Green. Then it's 9 top in the top of the 9th. But right now, I think they definitely want to get these runs on the board now. A long pause on the mound by Tenbrink. Surprised not to see time called. Now 1-1 the count. But that pause is more of, I would say, mind games from Tenbrink on the bump. But now we go back to that last time Tri-C had the big inning before the past one. They scored 2 runs, but they could have scored more, and that is really what is killing them right now. Here comes the 1-1. Up and out, 2-1. We also could see Hazuda pinch ran for. I think right now you're late enough in the game to see it based on speed. So you could see a call like that made, but that remains yet to be seen. Here comes the 2-1. Down low 3-1.
I think at least what I saw from him walking around over there could have been number 20, Zach Barber, but looks like maybe some other action in the bullpen.
Because Barber pitched last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct. That's why I was a little confused.
But we will see. So we'll see if we see him again. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Fouled over the press box. Count now full.
There was some pretty prolonged action in the bullpen. I wonder if it was a new arm getting warmed up. I was trying to get at least a number over there, but has subsided since then. But definitely could possibly see them come out to start the 7th.
Could be a guy like Gallagher. It just depends on what happens in this frame. I think a lot of that hinges on this. Here comes the payoff pitch to Hazuda. Fouled away again. If he could go yard right now, make it a one-run game, that's enough damage from Tri-C to keep them in it heading into the 8th.
And no action in either bullpen, actually, as of right now.
The Triceratops still looking to hang on to their 41-game win streak. 3-2 the counts on Hazuda. Tenbrink ready to go. Here's the payoff. Down the left side, scooped up at third. The throw across the diamond is in time for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Now Joey Lehner will step in for Tri-C. 2 victims so far this inning. Tri-C trying to get something going.
Yeah, and they really kind of need to as their outs kind of just start dwindling here.
As of right now, down to their final 7.
7 outs to work with, and they need at least 2 runs to keep it going. Hopefully, if their defense can not allow any more.
First pitch of the at-bat for Lehner is skied into left center shallowly. Thomas underneath it makes the play, and the side is retired. Tri-C's offense, after putting up 2 runs in the prior inning, goes in order. 7th inning stretch time in Parma. Mid-Michigan 7, Tri-C 5 your score on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Bottom of the 7th inning at Ron Mottl Field in game 2 of 3 in this series of the playoffs. Albert still staying on the mound for Tri-C. He has done a great job coming in for Allman early on in this ball game. Allman, a rough 2nd inning is the difference right now where he allowed 6 runs.
Yeah, and now just last half inning, no action in the bullpens, now action in both bullpens.
Hit into left field, a good amount of carry. Getting underneath it is Rich, and he will make the catch for out number 1. A good play made by Adam out in left. It's a simple play, but as we've said all day, a necessary one. Every little thing is going to matter a lot more now. Tri-C down to their final 6 outs. This is maybe the most pressure they have endured this year to try and make a comeback. Mason Wolf now getting warm for Tri-C in their bullpen. No surprise there. We saw him for a little bit in the last game, but I think I mentioned it earlier. If he can get through the 7th, you bring in Wolf as a guy who can nail down 1 inning, and then you make one more final call. Which, if Tri-C's up by 1 and Wolf can't go anymore, it's got to be Mitch Harder. Hit into right field, a tough play to make. Farrell right there makes a jumping snag for out number 2. 2 up and 2 quickly down.
Yeah, that that ball was kind of angling itself towards right, had a little bit of carry onto it, and almost overplayed there by Farrell, but able to kind of make the jump up and grab it.
Now Justin Esch, the third baseman, will step in. A walk, a 2 RBI single, and a ground out to his name. At this rate, we could see Elbert for another inning, and that would then leave Wolf for the 9th. And the question is, will we see the bottom of the 9th inning? Not a guarantee. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Up and out, now 2-0. Elbert needs to lock it down right here. Looking at Tri-C's order, Miller, Tyson, and Green due up. They need to get a hit parade going in the top of the 8th. Elbert sets and fires. Popped up. It will be playable. A tough spot to make the play, but it is caught by Tyson, ranging over from second base, and the side is retired in order. A carbon copy of the 2 prior innings as both sides go in order. 7 innings in the books. 2 more left in game 2. Tri-C trying to change their fate and keep their 41-game win streak alive. This is Division II, Region 12 NJCAA baseball playoffs on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Two changes made by the Lakers as we enter the top of the 8th inning. It is Ty Gregory on the mound and Amir Orr now playing right field for the Lakers as they look to nail down this win. The Lakers 6 outs away from being the first team to beat Tri-C since February 28th. The Triceratops still plenty of fight left in them. What can they do this inning? First pitch ball to Miller, 1-0 the count. This is going to be a pivotal turning point, either good or bad for Tri-C. They need some runs. They have scored 2 runs in 2 different innings and 1 in the first. 2-0 now the count to Miller. But as Mid-Michigan goes through their bullpen, how much longer can they hold on to their advantage?
Yeah, and if you're Tri-C, you're hoping to not pass this inning.
If this is an explosive inning for the Triceratops, the tide completely turns. Here comes the 2-0. It is in there. Strike one called on Miller. Time now 9:41. We are nearing the 2.5-hour mark. I believe the last game was 2 hours and 42 minutes. So a very comparable timeline. Now 2-2. 2 good pitches in a row from Gregory.
Looks like a lefty up in the Lakers bullpen. No one in Tri-C's.
I guess Elbert is being trusted with the ball. I don't mind the decision, though, depending on what happens here. Here comes the 2-2. Fouled away by Miller.
At least from what we've seen so far, there's only action when Tri-C is on defense. And then while they're on offense, they just let their offense go to work and hopefully are able to score these 2 runs at least that they need.
That's the ultimate sign of faith from Coach Stolberg and this coaching staff. They say, we trust you. We trust that you can get the job done. Here comes the 2-2. Hit up the middle, and will it fall? Yes, it does. A leadoff single for Brock Miller. That is his 3rd base knock of the game.
And now 1 swing away from tying this game up.
Tyson steps in, trying to avoid a double play ball, but Miller, we've talked about him. We needed to see more offense from him today. Enter game 2, 3 for 4.
Yeah, and he had those 2 crucial RBIs early on.
Well, the job is far from over, and keep in mind, he was 0 for 1 to start. 3 consecutive at-bats with a base knock. I think Tyson's going to bunt here based on the way that he stood right there, and you really cannot blame him. Instead, he swings away and misses. 0-1 the count, and I'm still very surprised to have not seen an attempt.
Wasn't the last time he bunted and popped it up to first?
I believe he did, but at the same time, based on the way, you can kind of see him get his grip. This time he doesn't do it, but he kind of stands at a bunt attention stance. Here's the 0-1. There it is. Not in. Now 1-1. A good eye there.
They appealed it to third, and he definitely pulled back in time. I don't know why they were trying for the appeal so hard there.
I think earlier on in the game, there was one that should have been different for them. But in the end, they say he held back, but that was a long time ago. 1-1 the count. Tyson trying to move Miller along. Third base is in. Here's the pitch. It is upstairs. Now 2-1. And I think as both sides have started to give their complaints to the umpires, the zone is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
You can kind of see it happen, but at the same time, both sides are battling with a very similar zone. 2-1 the count on Tyson. Gregory sets and fires. It is off the plate. 3-1 the count.
But going back to your point, though, as a coach and as a player, sometimes like you want to criticize the strike zone, but if both teams have at least similar strike zones, you kind of understand where it is, and you got to be able to hit that.
You just want it fair. That's all you want.
Exactly. You just want it called same for both sides.
3-1 the count on Tyson. The pitch. Hits him hard, 90. Tyson unfazed. You can see him just brush it off.
And now the
go-ahead run.
Yes. That's the 3rd time that I have just forgot how to speak this game.
And now time is being called. We could see the call to the bullpen after 2 batters. This will be a big call for Mid-Michigan. Their season on the line. And once again, the Peanut Gallery provides us with some great tunes during this mound visit. I don't know if we're going to see the call to the bullpen or not.
They had a left-hander up.
I am at a loss. I don't know if you pull him right now. He's faced 2 batters.
I don't think they're going to pull him, but I think they're at least doing it more time to try and buy him time.
And now, if you are Ethan Green, what is going through your mind right now? Talk about pressure over 2 of the walk. You need to step up in the clutch.
Surprised that we kind of didn't see a pinch hit here.
We could. I don't know if we will. I think they're saving Gallagher until they absolutely need to. He wants to show faith in these guys because this is the future of the ball club, and I like it. You save him for the 9th, kind of like what Coach Maceda does, where he only pinch hits really in the 7th.
Very true.
Looking at our viewership, 156 concurrent viewers as of right now. If you're just joining us or if you've been with us since 4 p.m. today, welcome in. We are glad to have you on the SmeeSports YouTube channel this day. It has been a very eventful one, I will say that. From this afternoon, getting the first American Pope to Tri-C winning their 41st game in a row to now a dogfight 7-5 in the top of the 8th. A very eventful Thursday in May. And oh, by the way, Cam is prepared for a broadcast in 12 hours, an hour and 15 minutes away. Bunt shown, and everybody comes in. Wow.
Yeah, like literally everybody in. They kind of put on the wheel play, as they call it, which is when the middle infield goes to cover the corner bases. But the first baseman is very close, almost in line with the pitcher's mound. By the time the pitcher pitches, he will probably be past it. Same with third, as he's a little farther back there.
And we saw that at first base with Russell yesterday. 1-0 the count. Bunt shown again, pulled back, 1-1.
This time only first base comes down. So if a bunt attempt is here, I would try and say the ideal scenario is try and get it down the third base line, especially if the third baseman stays put, which it looks like he's kind of going to sit over there and anchor down.
1-1, pulled back, now 2-1. And if they were going to make a pinch hit, Gallagher would have made sense as the lefty matchup. But, I mean, bunting it down the third base line is risky. Right now, I think you're just going to try and let this go and see what happens.
In the same sense, though, like when you bring the first baseman down, the pitcher has to cover that left side, so it's also depending on how they deliver it.
2-1. The bunt is beautiful. Perfect placement. Move 2 up. The throw is barely in time, but just there for out number 1. The tying run now stands in scoring position for Adam Rich. He struck out last time. Superstar rung out. Can he make amends here? But first, we do have a mound meeting for Mid-Michigan. And instead of Rich, it will be Gallagher stepping in. But we will see if it's a righty-lefty or a lefty-lefty matchup.
I think it's a lefty-lefty.
So both sides are playing chess.
Correct. Lefty-lefty.
But at the same time, I don't think the change has been officially made up until now. So Gallagher still does not have to hit. They could put Rich in if they want the lefty-righty battle. But, Cam, I think you're in agreement. You want to keep Gallagher in because you know how powerful he can be.
Most likely. I mean, I think that's probably the right move. And it looks like most likely that is what it's going to be. We're looking to get a number on the pitcher. I don't know if we have an official one yet.
The bunt does its job, though. Puts 2 runners in scoring position. We will step aside as the new pitcher for Mid-Michigan warms up. The Lakers lead 7-5 over Tri-C. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Before Nelson takes the mound officially for Mid-Michigan, if you or someone you know is a business owner looking to sponsor broadcasts in the Cleveland or Stark County areas, contact me at one of those avenues on your screen, and I would love to work out a deal with you to promote the best of your business and your brand. Thank you to our broadcast sponsors, the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center and CrossFit Strongsville for sponsoring this broadcast. CrossFit Strongsville being our player of the game sponsor for this game, and for last game it was the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, and that award was given to Keegan Gilbride. If you are not sponsoring with us, what are you doing? Come and join the fastest growing broadcast company in the Northeast Ohio area. Cam, I believe you do have some intel on the pitcher after this pitch. Nelson's first offering to Gallagher, who has come in, is a strike. 0-1 the count on Vinny.
So this will be his 12th appearance of the year. So far, he is 2-0 with 4 saves, and he has pitched a total of 19 innings, given up 18 hits, 18 runs, 6 of which are earned, 8 walks, and 17 strikeouts.
So this is most likely for a 1 2/3 inning save. 0-1, chopped right side, foul now. 0-2 on Gallagher. He needs to be very careful here. Gallagher needs to put something in play for Cohen Merritt then to be able to operate to the full capacity that he can.
Very, very true. At least something to the outfield to at least get 1 run home.
At least one this game has to score. This inning, has to score. If not, Mid-Michigan might have enough. 0-2 the count on Gallagher. It's a big pitch upcoming for Jordan Nelson. Here it is. Off the plate. Mid-Michigan wanted it, but they don't get the call. Very close, but I think it carried over a little bit too much, and it looks like Mid-Michigan not too happy.
Yeah, very, very close. Good. It looked like a slider probably. Just kind of slid across, but just outside of the zone.
Excellent take from Gallagher. Now 1-2 the count. Nelson trying to get the second out of the inning. Fouled away by Gallagher. Every single swing, everybody in this facility just holds their breath. And keep in mind, Cam, we are now 2 hours and 40 minutes in. We are 20 minutes away from a 3-hour ball game. What a night for baseball. 1-2 the count on Gallagher after the foul tip. Here comes the pitch from Nelson. Just low, count even.
I think that was the exact same spot of that slider. That time, fastball almost caught the corner of the zone, but none there, says the umpire.
To bring up Johnny Cash, he is playing with the Ring of Fire. 2-2 the count. Gallagher patiently waiting a pitch he likes. Nelson for out number 2. Doesn't get it. It's popped. Left field. It is down, but
Foul.
It is foul. That would have sparked mass celebration from the Tri-C faithful. Gallagher inches away from salvation.
I think that was the right call too. The umpire over there at third base made sure to get all the way out there, but I mean he's right on top of it. So I think he probably has the best vantage point. Even though it looked up here, could have been fair, but I mean when you're right down there on the line, you have pretty much the best view that you're going to get.
And also, it's nearly 10 o'clock at night. You can barely see from the box down there, especially given the bright lights, the white ball just dropping.
Exactly.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Here comes the 2-2 again. Pop, same spot. Can it carry out? It might be playable. It's a tough one, and it will drop. Just out of play. If Vinny Gallagher wasn't already in the Ring of Fire, he might be in it now completely.
In the same sense, though, if he would have caught that, possibly could have seen the tag up. I don't know.
It depends who is at third, and that is Miller. No,
I didn't realize it was Miller at third.
Merritt, end. That's who you send. Merritt actually bowls too. Merritt or bowls, you send. Anybody else, you stay put. Still 2-2. Vinny Gallagher fighting for his life. Nelson sets and fires. Hit left side. It's through. It's down. It scores 1 run. They will potentially send the tying run, but he will stay back. Nonetheless, an RBI single for Vinny Gallagher. What a pinch hit.
Absolutely electric here. Just a nice count from Vinny Gallagher. Way to battle back in that down 0-2. Gets to 2-2. Multiple foul balls. And then finally able to line one into left field. Good call there by Coach Stahlberg to hold the runner at third, though, because definitely would not have made it. Left fielder was on it quickly and had it in. Looks like we are going to have a pinch runner here.
That is number 32, Ben Pierce. I believe he is a freshman from Mentor High School. And now Cohen Merritt with the tying run 90 feet away. Double play ball in effect. Can he get it done?
But maybe that's why they brought in Pierce, because you might need to have him steal. Looks like we're still going to.
It's time for tactics, ladies and gentlemen.
I think they're making sure that both dugouts know what changes are being made. But, I mean, this game has just been electric all throughout here. Tri-C still down, but runner 270 feet away. That's no. Yes.
Tying runs 90, go-ahead's 270.
Correct.
And then the insurance is 360. A full trip around the sun, if you will. What says Cohen Merritt? Corners, 1 down. They throw back to 1. It's not in time. I think you are going to see a lot of activity by Tyson over at third. This is a kid who has been given a prime opportunity in what could be his final series as a Triceratop to make an impact. And you bet he is going to make every single last second count. The pitch. Down low, blocked, ball one. And if the bases load, Jackson Bowles. Oh, man. Don't tell him that, though.
Right now, it's all on Cohen Merritt. Can he get it done?
I think it's a contingent of Tyson, Pierce, and Merritt. Merritt obviously has the most power, but the other two on the base path, they can make something happen. Tri-C trying to tie this one up. The pitch breaks in, fouled away right side. Will it be playable? Or we'll see it well out of play. Strike one.
I mean, even if you would have caught that with one out, definitely a tag-up opportunity.
So now 1-1. Merritt looking. Oppo. That's always where he hits the ball. Right center. I feel like if you are mid-Michigan, seeing it all day, you pull or as far right, kind of in that gap as you can. You maybe put on a pseudo shift in the outfield to play in that fact, because 9 times out of 10, Merritt will not pull it. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a light tip. Now 1-2. A good offering, though, from Nelson, and he is weathering the storm to perfection.
But as you can see, the right fielder, or the center fielder, kind of a little bit shaded towards right field out there. Just a hair, but might be just enough.
1-2 the count. Nelson throws back to 1, not in time. And keep in mind, the ball gets wide, we're tied.
Yeah, but if you're Merritt here, just putting the ball in play, anything besides that double play could tying up the score.
1-2 the count. Nelson fires, fouled away again. Good precision and good fight from Merritt.
The suspense keeps growing.
This is about as good of a baseball game as you could hope for. Who would have thought 6-1 through 2 that this is where we'd be? So many great plays, so many close calls. But this is Topps ball, and this is the playoffs. 1-2 the count on Merritt. Nelson looking for a pivotal out number 2. Here's the pitch. Hit into right center. They're going to send Tyson. All eyes on home. There's out number 2. To tie it. It's bobbled. We are tied at Ron Mottl Field. Tracy has done it. Cohen Merritt has done it. They appeal to 3. No call. He left in time. Honors even.
Absolute fireworks here. We were talking about it all game. Would Tri-C be able to come back with being down 5 so early? But as you can see, they've just kept through it. They've scored 2 in 3 innings because the Lakers were able to get one again. But I mean, as you can see, they've been able to battle back and still have an opportunity here in this 8th inning.
What can Jackson Bowles do? He already has 1 home run today in this game. 2 for 4, had base hits in his first 2 at-bats. First pitch hits him. And that is probably the best outcome for mid-Michigan. But the go-ahead run in scoring position as Pat Farrell steps back in.
And at the same time, you're getting back to the heart of this order, and you know how well they've done all year long.
Now the kicker for Tri-C defensively, has Albert been sitting for too long to come back in?
I think that's him warming up in the bullpen.
I feel like you have to ride him out as long as you can because he has been exactly what Tri-C needed from their bullpen. As for the visitors of mid-Michigan,
well, technically,
crickets.
They're the quote-unquote home team of this game. However, they're obviously visitors from the state of Michigan.
First pitch almost hits Farrell in the head. Ball 1. Surprised not to see any action, though, in that bullpen. Obviously, you want to account for tomorrow if we get there, but if you're mid-Michigan, your season is on the line. We're being told this is the closer, and I quote, they're going to live or die with him. So we'll see if that is the parting line. The 1-0, it's low. But no, they call it a strike. Count even. A good spot hit by Nelson. For mid-Michigan, Thomas Stimac, and Stoy due up. Getting tough to read my own handwriting. Usually I can, but now with the darkness added in, the E at the end, it's not an E, it's a C on Stimac. Apologies to the star catcher. Here's the 1-1, breaking up and out. 2-1 the count on Farrell. And Cam, look in the on-deck circle. Once again, we've talked about him all day. How fitting would that be if the man who loves himself a grand slam is able to step in and provide.
We will see.
So many question marks about this game. So many great plays. So many great moments. This is what we love to see in the playoffs. 2-1 the count. Nelson coming set. Here's the pitch. Breaks in, right side, but foul.
That one had a bit of a elongated leg kick.
And we look at Farrell's last at-bat, a deep fly out to left on the warning track, just foul. He has the power to hit home runs. It's just, can he do it with the lights beaming down at Ron Mottl Field? Because, I mean, you look at those lights out in left and right. It's bright.
They're all bright.
2-2 the count on Farrell. Nelson looking to get out of the jam. Here's the pitch. Low, we are full. What a take from Farrell.
That was close.
I don't think there is anybody who is not on edge in attendance tonight.
Runners will be off on the pitch.
Once again, Game 3 tomorrow at 12 if needed. Full count, as Cam said. Runners will go. Nelson getting ready for the biggest pitch of his season. Breaks in, left side, caught at third! It's a web gem to retire the side! What a snag by Esch!
Yeah, I mean, really couldn't have gone to a worse place there if you're Tri-C right at the third baseman. Makes an unbelievable grab there. But Tri-C back in this game, all tied up at 7 as we go. Three more half innings scheduled, but we might need even more than that.
We could go to the 3 innings that you just prescribed. The time is 10:03, 2 hours and 50 minutes into this ball game. Elbert staying on the mound for Tri-C when we return. Do not go anywhere, folks. This one just got interesting. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Tri-C pulling some fast ones on us. Initially, Pierce came into the ballgame to play right. Instead, he will go to left, replacing Adam Rich. And Farrell was supposed to go to left, but now Farrell will stay in right. And we are thoroughly confused here in the press box. But something we are not confused about, Cam, we're tied.
We are tied here at 7. Just shaping up. It's always been a good game, but the way that Tri-C has came back in this game, just little by little, I mean, their whole dugout is completely erupting every time every new strike gets called.
Here's the 1-1. In there, 1-2. I'm looking at my paper right now with the Tri-C roster, getting John Kersey's handwriting of Ethan Elbert in bullpen. If they win this game, that might be framed. 1-2 the count, but still Mid-Michigan, they have scored a lot of runs in this game. They could do it again. And they have more chances than Tri-C to do so.
Yeah,
Here's the 1-2. Sorry about that. It's
good.
low.
I was going to say, yeah, they still have all 6 outs to work with. Tri-C really only has 3, but if we go to extras, only time will tell how many outs each team will have.
It is going to be a dogfight, even more so than the dogfight we have on hand. The pitch misses upstairs, and we are full 3-2 on Caleb Thomas. Stimac awaits in the on-deck circle, and Stoy in the hole.
Especially if we go to extras. Who's pitching?
Albert might continue. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss. A big punch out from Ethan Albert retires Thomas for out number 1. 6 punch outs today. If you would have told Ethan Albert entering this game that he would pitch 6 strikeouts, you would have probably thought that, first off, how did he do that? And second, where did they come from? Entering play tonight, looking at Elbert's statistics, I still don't have the strikeouts down, but I believe it was somewhere around like 20.
I think he had 40.
I think that was Allman.
No. Yes, that was Allman.
First pitch up and in. That is Stimac in the box.
That was his 74th pitch.
So still, I would say 100's his max. Based on the way that he has thrown and the fact that he is getting better, about 25 pitches left to work with. Ground ball up the middle. It's off of the mound. What a snag by Lehner. The throw is in time. What a snag. What a play. Joey Lehner is insane. Nightcap. What a play. Unbelievable from Joey Lehner. Unreal. And not to mention the pick at first. And now they're going to talk about it. It looked like on the replay that he was out, and for sure. But 2 up and a loud 2 down, but they are going to talk about it now. That would be really tough to take it away from Lehner after it was pretty convincing. You make the initial call. Now's not the time to reverse it. And now they said save. Wow. Wow. They said off the bag. It looked like he established. Tri-C is astonished. And I think they went with somebody out of the line of sight for the call.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say any more about the officiating, but we'll leave it there. Wow. Double play ball in effect. And I think we are all floored. Swing and a miss. Albert right back to work. Isaiah Stoy now into hit. Hit by a pitch, a walk, and a strikeout to his name thus far. For Tri-C in the top of the 9th, Hazuda, Lehner, and Miller due up.
Yeah, coming into this game, Ethan Albert only had 23 strikeouts.
And now we're having another conversation. The time is 10:09. We are nearing the 3-hour mark, and this game has no end in sight. Well, Cam, set up your tent. We're going to be here a while. 0-1 the count on Stoy. Here's the pitch. Chopped up the middle. This could be trouble. It's just going to be 1 if they make the play. He is there. His foot for sure is on the bag this time for out number 2. Definitely a good job by Green, even if he did come off the bag last time, which, based on the call, that's what we're going to go with in the broadcast booth because that's how the game is played. We're not making up our own narrative for this game. It's a good job that he got the establishment this time.
Exactly, and a nice strong throw there.
That will move the runner into scoring position for Tyler Schultz. An RBI, a bunt out, and a base hit to his name. Schultz in a big spot with 287 being his average entering play tonight. 18 RBIs as well. First pitch is on the corner, 0-1. In the Tri-C bullpen, there is some action. So this will most likely be the end of Albert's day, regardless of the outcome. 0-1 the count. Ethan checks the runner and fires. Well outside, a good snag by Hazuda. Count now even. We are hearing Mason Wolf is warming up once again for the Triceratops. He was credited with the save in game number 1. Albert, a big pitch upcoming. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Did not go. A good eye in the box by Schultz. 2-1. It's a hitter's count. And with the top of the order due up, Cam, Tri-C really needs to make sure they allow nothing.
They really, really need to get out of this.
The 2-1 is hit deep to right field. Farrell getting underneath it, and he will make the catch, retiring the side. Ethan Albert hopping off the field like a giddy kid on Christmas. He is loving it. What an atmosphere. What a night, and what a playoff game. 8 innings complete. We are tied. Tri-C 7, Mid-Michigan 7 your score. This is Division II Region 12 NJCAA baseball on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. It is time. The task is simple. Whichever team wins an inning next wins the ball game. If it's Tri-C, they advance to round 2 of the regional tournament to take on Macomb. If it's Mid-Michigan, we will see you at 12 o'clock tomorrow. A high noon first pitch. Tri-C looking for something in the top of the 9th. First pitch inside. Does it hit Hazuda? The answer is no.
I mean, this game can change with one swing of the bat. We know Hazuda has the power.
And looking at Nelson, 4 saves on the year. He is their closer. Unless we play a really, really long time from now, he is going to finish this game. That pitch misses, 2-0 the count. And for those keeping track at home, with the time standing at 10:14, we are 3 hours in. Man. What a contest. And to think, depending on how this ends, by the time these players get home, 12 hours in between games. Wild. Here's the 2-0. Hazuda skies it, going right side. Can it fall? That's the question. And it will drop. Dropped by the first baseman, it appears. And that could go down as an error if Hazuda does manage to get on.
Not an actual error in the scorebook, but definitely an error that we will all know about.
Taking a look at your box score, 7 runs for both teams. Tri-C 7 hits, 4 hits for the visitors, or the home team in this game of Mid-Michigan. They have 1 error to Tri-C's 0. Combined on the scoreboard, 2 errors. Tri-C had the error in the first game, and this time around, it's the visitors. Chop left side, foul, and Coach Sahlberg can't make the play at third. Close, but yet so far. Count even on Hazuda. After Brendan, it goes to Joey Lehner, then Brock Miller. A lot of power right here. A home run changes the dynamic completely. And I think Tri-C would welcome one here, and so would we. 2-2 the count. Nelson looking for a big pitch. Delivers inside, popped right, and it will fall foul in the outfield. Another close call.
Yeah, another really close call.
Count still even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hazuda back in game number 1 had one of the longest at-bats that we've seen this year. Foul ball after foul ball. But when he finally can straighten it out, look out. He can have some real punch packed in his swing. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Chopped foul again. The battle continues.
Just staying alive.
I am not going to sing for the benefit of our audience. But I think everybody knows what we're referencing. And that is not an invitation for you to do so either, Cam.
I was not singing.
2-2 the counts on Hazuda. Here's the pitch. Inside. It's a ball, and Mid-Michigan can't believe it. And Cam, quite frankly, I can't either.
Yeah, I can't either. I definitely thought that was strike 3.
I am shocked. You could hear just the jeers of both sides now. This is true playoff baseball. Here comes the payoff pitch from Nelson. Fouled again by Hazuda. If this ends up being a difference maker, I think we are going to have some words from Mid-Michigan. And I think rightfully so.
Yes.
It's a tough one to navigate right now. The emotions are high from both sides. You both have to stay classy and keep your composure. For now, both sides are doing so. Here comes the payoff pitch from Nelson. Another big one. It's low. Ball 4, and Hazuda is on to begin the 9th.
Could we see, yes, it looks like, I was going to say, could we see a pinch runner for Hazuda? Looks likely as Coach Stahlberg's walking down to the umpire right now.
That is the right call. Hazuda, he will go back to the dugout, and it is the other catcher, Bryson Britton. And depending on who is coming in, if the rapport is there, we could see a battery switch. That's the other part of this, because I think we both thought Britton was going to start this game. Hazuda has done his job. If Wolf is the guy coming in and they have that connection built, which I believe the majority of the time that we've seen Wolf, it is with Britton, it would make sense to do the double switch. Well, that is a question for the bottom of the 9th. Right now, the question is, can Tri-C take their first lead since the top of the 1st? Joey Lehner in the box, already an RBI single in this contest for Tri-C. Here's the pitch from Nelson. It is in there, 0-1. And I think one of the fans described what I was thinking. Now they have it, which I think, Cam, pretty similar spot to the one that was called a ball.
Pretty much.
So 0-1 on Lehner. Runner at first is Britton. A very conservative lead at that. Nelson checks and deals. Goes in, 0-2. Just a tough one on the corner. No way to get there, but definitely a strike. 0-2 the count on Lehner. Nelson would definitely benefit from a 3-pitch at-bat. Jordan coming set. Checks back and delivers. Breaks in. Sent into right field. But it looks like it will stay in the infield. Finally caught at first for out number 1.
Almost handcuffed him there. Kind of switched from the overhand catch right to a basket at the last second.
Now Brock Miller steps in. 3 for 4 on the day. His last 3 at-bats have resulted in a base hit. To do it 4 times in a row is very unlikely. But he is trying to make the nearly impossible possible.
And they really need him to.
And that has just been the narrative of this game for Tri-C. Can they continue to make the impossible possible? That is just the way this game has gone. And as of right now, battling back to tie up the game, they have done so. First pitch is upstairs. Ball 1. We mentioned it earlier. The defensive zone for Mid-Michigan, it's more on the lower end. Tri-C's defensive zone, it's more upstairs. And that is where you see that parallel hurt Mid-Michigan. 1-0 the count on Miller. Here's the pitch. Breaks in. That was the pitch to unload on. Count now even.
Yeah, that was very good pitch.
Obviously, it's tough in the box to make that call, but I think based on the way that broke, I think you and I both agree that was the time. 1-1 the count. A pressure situation for Nelson as the runner goes. It's wide. It's a pitch out. The throw is not in time. It's an excellent stolen bag from Britton. Bryson Britton, what a steal. But, I mean, you saw the way he started that slide. It was well early, but that gave him time that if he needed to do a Javi Baez swim out of the way, he could have.
And on the jump, he went first movement off the pitcher. Didn't even wait to see if he was going to throw over.
He had enough time to pick up on the cadence. I love that move from Britton. He is learning on the fly. That is baseball 101. Here's the 2-1. They wanted a balk. It's chopped up the middle. It is down. Miller hustling it out. The throw is in time. 2 down, but that will move the runner to third. I think Tri-C wanted a balk.
Yes, they did.
And I think there was a case for it, too. Justin Tyson, can he do it? The sophomore trying to give Tri-C the first lead since the top of the 1st. A base hit gets the job done, and you can only wonder what is going on in his mind right now. Base hit scores a run. That little jingle that you hear at the high school and the middle school level, you have to have that little base hit scores a run jingle in there. You have to.
Or a pass ball.
First pitch, definitely a strike. Good call behind the dish, 0-1.
I mean, I'm just thinking about things. Suicide squeeze, possibly.
How risky do you get right
Yeah.
now if you're a Tri-C? If you can get a base hit up the gut that
Especially
scores him,
off of a left-handed pitcher, too.
that would definitely be an interesting thing to look at. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Off the plate, count even. And if this would be a walk, Ethan Green in the on-deck circle, do we see him stay in, which it looks like we will. But it is going to be a big decision made by Coach Stahlberg either way. 1-1 the count on Tyson. Can he provide for Tri-C? But before he has a chance to, time has been called. You can just feel the anxiety in this place.
Yeah.
Definitely an anxious atmosphere. The 1-1 breaks in, popped into right center. Can it fall? And it is caught. A good snag by McDonald retires the side. Tri-C's go-ahead run stranded at third. It is simple. Mid-Michigan, if they score a run, not only do they see tomorrow, but they also interrupt Tri-C's 41-game winning streak. This is NJCAA Region 12 Division II Baseball Playoffs on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Well, Cam, we were partially correct. We thought we would see a complete battery change. Albert stays in, but Bryson Britton now behind the dish for the Triceratops. Your thoughts on the move?
Yeah, I just think you got to keep it rolling with what's going, and that's how the way the game's gone. I mean, he's already caught, what is that now? Technically not the full 9.
No, Hazuda's out. It's Britton.
No, I know, but like with being caught the entire first game and now all the way up to this point.
17 innings, pop up right side. Is it playable? No, it will go out of play into the bullpen. But full range by Green trying to get over there.
But I was just saying, like, having caught 17 full innings, I think he's done enough for this team, and especially in the hitting department today and all that he's done behind the dish. I think it's up time now for Britton.
And as we said, whichever team can win an inning first wins the game. I mean, you look at the time right now, 10:25. We might be here a still long while. And once again, Cam, I know you have a broadcast at 9:30, but you might have to be running on empty for that one.
They have these things called energy drinks.
And once again, though, if we're back here at 12 and we're not out of here until like 11:30, I'll be running on empty at the same time. But just a little bit more time, somewhat. Here's the 1-1. In there, now 1-2. A beautiful pitch from Alberts. But on the opposite side of that coin, we could see a walk-off winner for Mid-Michigan. Here comes the 1-2 from Albert. Hit into the glove. Does Britton have it? No. Definitely close, but just unable to bring it in. There's so many different things happening in this game. Once again, for those just joining us, Tri-C led 1-0 through the first. Then in the bottom of the second inning, 6 of the 7 runs scored by Mid-Michigan come across. The other one coming across in the bottom of the third. At that point, it was 7-3. all hope looked to be gone for Tri-C. But then, across a few innings, 2 runs in the 6th and 8th, they tie it up, and this is where we stand. 7-all in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the 2-2, fouled away, a powerful foul.
Looks like the action in the bullpen has started up for both teams. I think that's Wolf in the bullpen for the Triceratops, and then another right-hander in the bullpen for the Lakers.
Here's Elbert. I believe we heard he was at, 82 to begin this inning, so now he's around 87. We'll see how much longer he can go. And that is almost a hard 90. I'm surprised it's not.
Yeah, I don't know how that didn't hit him.
Count is full, and Tri-C very lucky that it is. I don't know how much of a leash Elbert has, but I think we're going to find out here really quick. Here comes the payoff pitch. Ground ball left side. Miller ranges over but can't get it. It's a leadoff single for Eddie McDonald. And Mid-Michigan has their winning run on the base path. Time has been called. This might be the end of Elbert's day. A tremendous outing at that. But given his pitch count, it might be too much to overcome. It looks like Wolf will come on to try and hunker down the bottom of the 9th. Cam, your thoughts on the pitching change?
I think Elbert has done phenomenal this game. He came in, kind of started off a little shaky, but has been working through this entire game. You said if he went to the 7th inning, that'd be great for Tri-C, and ends up working all the way into the 9th. Unable to record an out here, but I mean, just absolutely phenomenal pitching from him today.
And it's unfortunate because if Tri-C loses the game here, he gets credited with the loss, which would be a disservice to the way that he has pitched today, but just how the cookie crumbles. Mason Wolf on to try and settle down the bottom of the 9th when we return. This is Division II, Region 12, NJCAA Baseball Playoffs on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Mason Wolf all ready to go on the mound. Winning run at first for Mid-Michigan. Tri-C looking to hold down the fort. Bunt is down. They will try and get the throw to one, and it is in time for out number 1. A tremendous snag by Green.
Yeah, he kind of had to reach over top of the runner, but able to get him out there.
It sounded like for a second Mid-Michigan wanted fielder interference, but simply that's not the case. Now it will be the number 3 hitter, Trey Bovin, stepping in, or Bovin, excuse me. Go-ahead run / winning run stands in scoring position. Tri-C's defense really needs to hold things down, even more so than before. Wolf delivers a missile in. 0-1, the count on the breaking ball. Beautiful spot. Could not have been placed any better.
Simply lovely.
Wolf needs a lot more where that came from to complete this inning. 0-1 the count. Wolf checks and deals, breaks in, just misses off the plate. Count even. We've seen that pitch a lot today. I would say 50-50 on balls and strikes. But the count stands. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wolf setting, checking the runner once more. Here's the pitch. Breaks in, off of the plate once more. The frame there kind of gave it away. 2-1. Wolf definitely just thinking about getting this one over with, getting his offense back out on the diamond and letting them take over. But 2-1 the count on Bovin. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right side, foul, count even. Every single ding is going to put everybody in attendance on edge.
Yeah, the second the pitch is thrown, you can almost hear a pin drop. I mean, everyone kind of holds their breath, including me.
I've said it so many times, but once again, this is October baseball in May.
I mean, yeah, it's the postseason, so.
And it just feels like an October night. That's the special thing about it. Here's the 2-2. It is low. A good stop by Britton. And we are full. 3-2 on Bovin with Hallman awaiting in the on-deck circle. Biggest pitch of the game upcoming from Mason Wolf. Can he do it? 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wolf checks and deals. Ground ball right side, picked up by Green. They get the out at first for out number 2. And now a base hit wins the game. All pressure on Brennan Hallman. Well, Cam, 2 very different outcomes can come from this.
Yeah. Either Tri-C can survive at least another inning and hope to keep their win streak alive, or Lakers break it right here just with a base hit.
And then we would have a game tomorrow afternoon at 12. It's a big opportunity for Wolf. The first pitch in. It is in there, 0-1. I've mentioned it so many times, but this is really the first time it flips. Tri-C gets the low call. I mean, what can possibly be going through Hallman's mind right now? A plethora of things for sure. It's an 0-1 count. Wolf looking to make it 0-2. And he does. 2 good pitches in a row from Mason Wolf. 1 strike away. On the opposite end of things, Mid-Michigan, 1 swing away. It's a battle of wills. The 0-2. Did he go? They will appeal. And he did not. That is the right call.
Yeah, he made kind of an attempt to swing, but definitely didn't go all the way around.
Completely agree with that one, but given the scenario, you have to appeal.
Yeah, you have to make sure.
Still now 1-2. It's a pitcher's count. Hallman trying to win it. Wolf to keep it alive off the plate, and we are even. Every single pitch brings more intrigue into this battle. What a night. What a game of baseball. The time is 10:34 in Parma, Ohio. 2-2 the count, 2 away, the pitch, swing and a miss! Wolf keeps it alive for Tri-C! Wolf retires the side, and it's pandemonium for the Triceratops! The Dinos extinct no more! What a pitch by Mason Wolf! Unreal, unfazed. What a night! Cam, how about one more?
Absolutely. Playoff baseball, extra innings. Wouldn't want to have it any other way.
With every other game in the region done at least 3 hours ago, we play on. Maycomb awaits the winner of the series. This is D2 Region 12 NJCAA Baseball on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. I am at a loss for words. What a night for baseball at Ron Mottl Field. Top 10, Mid-Michigan 7, Tri-C 7. Green, Gallagher, and Merritt do up. We will see if we see Gallagher again. The answer appears to be no. It will be Pierce. So Green, Pierce, then top. But Gallagher did more than expected on that swing of his. It was an RBI single, but now it turns to 8, 9, and 1. First pitch of the frame is in the zone. A good offering from Nelson. 0-1 the count on Green. Cam, just your overarching thoughts on this insane ball game.
I mean, what a game. What a game.
This is the way to start your summer break. The 0-1 breaks in, now 0-2. Green so far today, a pop out, a ground out, a walk, and a bunt. Can he change the tide of this game? 0-2, Nelson in some uncharted territory of his own as a closer. Here's the 0-2, down low, ball one. But right now, Cam, you have to wonder how much longer can Nelson go?
Yeah, it looks, well, they had someone in the bullpen. Now they don't.
I feel like it is a mind game thing, if anything. As for Tri-C, they do have action in theirs. Count stands at 1-2. Nelson setting up. Here's the pitch. Did he go? No, he did not, but Cam, I'm looking at that batter's box. I thought that was strike 3.
I thought that was strike 3. That might just be Wolf keeping warm in the Tri-C bullpen.
I would assume so. Count now even on Green. Nelson getting ready to go for yet another big pitch. Here it comes. Breaks in, chopped foul by Green. You have to figure, based on the career paths of these two gentlemen, this is the biggest at-bat of their baseball career. So much on the line. This is collegiate playoffs.
In extra innings, nonetheless.
Under the lights, every possible it factor you need for this game, it's there. The 2-2 off the plate, and we are full. It might be station to station time if he gets on. I think it is going to be a battle between small ball and small ball to end it. We will see if Green is able to get on. Nelson, the payoff pitch. Right there for strike 3 called on the inside corner. 1 up, 1 down for Nelson and the Lakers. Perfectly paints that inside corner, Cam. Goes low. That's where the calls have been coming. He uses that mindset and that knowledge, and he gets a beautiful pitch for strike 3.
Yeah, perfectly placed pitch. Nothing other than that. And really, that's where the ump's been calling it all night and able to find the zone when it really mattered.
Ben Pierce now stepping in, batting .286 with 8 hits, 2 doubles, and 8 RBIs. First pitch breaks in, 0-1 the count. Nelson is aging like a fine wine for Mid-Michigan.
And I think they might just be riding it out with him unless he really gets up there in his pitch count.
That is what I would assume. 0-1 the count on Pierce. The pitch runs inside. Very similar to where strike 3 was called on Green. This time, no call. Count even. I would say definitely the right decision, though. It's a game of margins. Baseball, it definitely is. And this game, even more so. Nelson ready to go. Delivers the 1-1. Ground ball right side. Can he get through? A good gather step. The ball almost booted, but the pick is in time for out number 2. What a beautiful snag over at first by Stoy. And that play alone gives Mid-Michigan a little bit more momentum as Cohen Merritt steps back in.
I mean, the pitcher is nearing almost 50 pitches, which is usually way too many for a closer, but I think at this point they're just going to keep him in.
Cohen Merritt batting .413, entering play today. 57 hits, 14 doubles, 5 triples, 5 goners, and 47 RBIs. Swing and a miss. He wanted it all on the first pitch. Couldn't connect. 0-1 the count. Looking in the on-deck circle, Jackson Bowles, that could be a good leadoff man or a potential two-run homer threat. It's two very different ends of the same coin. Here's the 0-1. In there, 0-2. Just in there on the plate. A very good spot by Nelson. Can he get it one more time for strike 3? 0-2 the count on Cohen Merritt. The pressure is on both sides. Nelson taking his time. Already one punch out in this game. He wants another. Ground ball left side. It could sneak through. It's a good charge from third. The throw is in time. Ash makes the play, and the side is retired. The defensive masterclass continues down the stretch. That's the only way to describe this. Cam, another great play. Etch, excellent range.
Yeah, just another great play, another good throw on the run. And if you're Tri-C, you got to hold them here. Nothing here for Tri-C as Wolf comes on to pitch another inning.
Once this game finally concludes, stay tuned after our final commercial break as we will announce our CrossFit Strongsville player of the game. This is college baseball on SmeeSports. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Esch, Thomas, and Stimac. Three guys who could change the game for Mid-Michigan. But on the mound, it's Mason Wolf for Tri-C, looking to hold down the fort in the bottom of the 10th, and he is coming out guns a-blazing for strike 1. For those just joining the broadcast, he's Cam Ragazzo. I am Nathan Smee on the call for you live on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. A very good game, though.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been completely excellent all the way up until now. And if you're Tri-C, you really need to hold them here or else this game will end.
I am curious to check the temperature. 45 feels like 39.
Yeah, that seems about right.
And during the break, we hit the official 3.5-hour mark of this contest.
That also seems about right.
This is probably the longest game in channel history. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball left side, picked up by Miller. An excellent backhand. The throw bounces wide, though, of Green. And that will be extra bases for Mid-Michigan. The winning run now stands in scoring position. That's a tough one there on the throw. Miller had it, but the bounce just going wide of Green. We'll watch back the replay. It just looked like he mistimed the hop.
Yeah.
And I think more than ever, we are going to see the bunt put down.
Absolutely. Surprised we don't see Green all the way in right now.
We will see how they play this one out. It is Caleb Thomas, the shortstop, now batting for Mid-Michigan. First pitch, bunt shown, pulled back, ball 1. The Tri-C defense really needs to lock in right now and make some plays.
Looks like we're going to see Brock Miller anchor over there at third. Green's going to most likely come all the way down, and then it's up to Wolf to cover that right side, technically our left.
The 1-0 bunted. It's hard to that side. Miller leaves the bag, throws, and it is not in time. Put runners at the corners on the attempted fielder's choice. The winning run for Mid-Michigan, 90 feet away. So now what do you do? All eyes on Nicholas Stimac. He has been tremendous all day for Mid-Michigan, and we will see.
I was going to say you put him on here. They're putting him on.
And indeed they will put him on the base path. Isaiah Stoy, the first baseman, now stepping in. Bases loaded. Nobody out in the bottom of the 10th. And this is going to be a big, big spot.
Maybe a pinch hitter.
So much can happen right now. I think everybody is just hyped up over on that far side. But bases loaded, nobody out, and we will see who the mystery man is. It is number 8 coming in. It is Tommy Crowley, the freshman, batting .220 on the year. Crowley trying to be the hero.
They have done the suicide bunt at least twice today. The suicide squeeze.
I think we see it a third time.
We might.
And I might just send the runner again just to try and keep it going and try and push something across. Tri-C hanging on to their win streak by a thread. The pitch. In there for strike one. Now, getting the out at the plate without having to get the out at the plate officially is big. Get the strikeout. Anything in the outfield, and it is going to take one heck of a heave-ho to keep this game going. Here's the 0-1 bunt shown. They try the squeeze, and it is wide. A risky move, and you can see, I think on that run they may have oversold their hand.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the turn. They know it's coming. If they don't score here, that could be a reason why. They showed what they want to do. But still 0-2, a good spot for Wolf, but not great overall. After Crowley, it goes to Schultz, the 9-hitter. The 0-2, bunt popped, and it is down! Mid-Michigan walks it off, and they force a Game 3! 8-7 your final! And pandemonium ensues in Parma.
Yeah, I mean, just a heck of a bunt, way to get it down, and the runner's coming home regardless, and at that point, by the second it's down, they don't have a chance.
What a game for Mid-Michigan. Out of nowhere, the 7 seed forces a third game against Tri-C, a 41-game win streak now done.
Yeah, really, kind of really heartbreaking here. I mean, Tri-C only led in the first inning and unable to get it back through the entire game.
Tomorrow is the big one. Game 3, 11:45 pregame, 12 p.m. first pitch here at Ron Mottl Field. We have one final commercial break. Stay tuned for that, and afterwards we will announce our CrossFit Strongsville Player of the Game. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Your final in Game 2 out of 3 in this series. Mid-Michigan 8, Tri-C 7. Your player of the game presented by CrossFit Strongsville. We talk about pitching, and pitching won the day. Jordan Nelson, 1 strikeout, but he kept the Tri-C offense at bay after allowing a few runs down the stretch. Just talk about his importance to this Lakers team as he gives them a tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he was their closer. This was his 12th appearance of the season. He was 4-0, or no, he had 4 saves. Technically, this one will not count as a save. It'll go in the record book as the winning pitcher. But, I mean, yeah, when you come in as a closer, you only expect to throw 20, maybe 30. I think he ended up throwing about 50, 55 pitches. So, really just a great job from him keeping the Lakers close in this game, only surrendering that 1 run, or No, he surrendered a couple. But, I mean, still, coming out and still, heck of a job by him today.
But that will do it from Tri-C's Ron Mottl Field. Looking at our coverage the next couple of days, it is going to be a tough call, but I don't know if after today and then tomorrow I can give a good broadcast for the softball game. It's a tough call to make. I don't want to say it right now, but I think I'm going to have to, unfortunately, forego Holy Name Padua softball. It really sucks, but just seeing how long this game went, just seeing the grind of this one, I mean, the broadcast says 8 hours and 13 minutes. I mean, we put it on an hour early, but 7 hours today. Go to tomorrow to pack up everything, do it all again with minimal help. There's only so much we can do. I'll grind out this game tomorrow, and especially with Saturday being a doubleheader.
Yeah, and minimal help tomorrow for you, unfortunately, as I won't be here.
I'll let you plug your broadcast real quick, and then we'll go to my schedule.
So BW Baseball plays tomorrow at 9:30 for the OAC semifinal game on WBWC 88.3 The Sting, and then softball will play at 11 also on WBWC 88.3 The Sting.
Best of luck to you, Cam, tomorrow. It'll be a tough decision. I'll communicate it on socials once we have a decision. I would say as of right now, due to the lack of help, it is just not going to be realistic to do the softball game too. This one we are going to make work. We also do have the lovely help of Tri-C's bullpen, the players who usually don't play. We have a lot of them up here, and they were able to step up today and run our scoreboard. I think tomorrow a couple guys said they're willing to run some equipment, so thank you to them for stepping up. Although they can't suit up for this game based on the 37-man roster limitations, their willingness to still help out our production and help out their teammates by giving them some top-tier production. We really appreciate their work today. Appreciate you, Cam and Gabe, for coming out. Gabe calling game one on short notice. Cam showing up at some point.
I was tired.
We're still going to poke fun at you. It's all understood. I mean, you just finished college. We understand that feeling. All three of us, after just finishing in the span of a week, so we understand it for sure.
Yeah, still able to come out of here and call this absolutely great game. Unfortunately, Tri-C could not pull this one out, but the rubber match tomorrow at 12.
This is the place to be. To stay up to date on all the games we are covering, follow SmeeSports on Instagram and SmeeFist2024 on Twitter. As well, subscribe to the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Put on push notifications to be notified when we upload or go live. Trying to hit 3,500 subscribers by the end of this calendar year. So if you are new, go down below and subscribe. It costs nothing, and it greatly helps out our efforts here at SmeeSports. And then one final word of note. If you or someone you know is a business owner looking to sponsor broadcasts in the Cleveland or Stark County area, contact me at one of those avenues on your screen, and I would love to work out a deal with you to promote the best of your business and your brand. If you want to get your broadcast sponsorship time started tomorrow, contact me by 9 a.m. I'll make that the deadline. If you're a business owner still watching, we would love to have you sponsor tomorrow's broadcast. But I need to have that information by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. But that will do it from Tri-C's Ron Mottl Field. Gabe Koza on the tech and the color commentator of Game 1. Cameron Ragazzo did tech Game 1 when he got here, and then commentary in regards to color for Game 2. I have been Nathan Smee, the owner of SmeeSports, the up-and-coming broadcasting company in the Cleveland and Stark County area, saying so long from Ron Mottl Field, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon at 12 p.m., 11:45 a.m. for pregame for the rubber match. The winner awaits Maycomb.